In the vast tapestry of the Halo universe, few species command the respect and fascination that the Sangheili inspire. Known to humanity as elites, these towering warriors have stood at the crossroads of galactic history for thousands of years, their culture shaped by an honor code so rigid and uncompromising that it defines every aspect of their existence. To understand the Sangheili is to understand a civilization built upon principles that seem almost alien to human sensibilities, yet resonate with a clarity that transcends species boundaries. The Sangheili stand as imposing figures averaging between 7 and 8 feet in height, though some individuals reach well beyond these measurements. Their physiology reflects millions of years of evolution on a world that demanded both strength and adaptability. Bipedal and digitigrade, they move with a grace that belies their size, their reverse-jointed legs providing explosive power and remarkable agility. Their bodies are covered in skin that ranges in coloration from pale tan to deep brown, with some individuals displaying reddish or grayish hues that often correlate with age and genetic lineage. The head of a Sangheili presents one of their most distinctive features. 4 mandibles extend from their jaw, splitting into upper and lower pairs that can articulate independently, allowing for complex vocalizations and expressions. These mandibles are not merely evolutionary remnants, but serve crucial functions in communication, feeding, and social interaction. The eyes of the Sangheili, typically amber or yellow with slit pupils, provide exceptional vision across a broad spectrum, an adaptation that serves them well both in the hunt and on the battlefield. Their senses extend beyond human capabilities in several respects, with acute hearing and a heightened sense of smell that their ancestors used to track prey across the varied terrains of their homeworld. Sanghelios, the cradle of Sangheili civilization, orbits the star Urs within a binary system that also includes the star Fide. This celestial arrangement creates unique environmental conditions that shaped the development of the species. The planet itself presents a diverse array of biomes, from vast oceans and fertile river valleys to mountainous regions and arid plateaus. It is a world of dramatic beauty and harsh realities, where survival demanded constant vigilance and the development of sophisticated hunting techniques. The climate varies considerably across the planet's surface, with some regions experiencing extreme temperature fluctuations, while others maintain more temperate conditions year-round. The geography of Sanghelios played a fundamental role in the development of Sangheili society. Mountain ranges divided the planet into distinct regions, fostering the growth of independent clans and keeps that would form the basis of their social structure. These natural barriers created isolation between groups, leading to the development of regional variations in culture, dialect, and martial technique. Yet the planet also provided natural highways in the form of rivers and valleys, allowing for trade, conflict, and the eventual establishment of broader political entities. The keeps themselves were often built into mountainsides or atop defensible positions, architectural choices that reflected both practical military considerations and a deep aesthetic appreciation for the natural world. Before the formation of the covenant, Sangheili society organized itself along strictly tribal and clan-based lines. Each keep represented an extended family unit, bound together by blood ties and shared ancestry that could be traced back countless generations. These clans competed with one another for territory, resources, and honor, engaging in conflicts that ranged from ritualized combat to devastating wars. The concept of honor emerged early in Sangheili development, serving as both a social lubricant and a mechanism for conflict resolution. A warrior's word was considered sacred, and the breaking of an oath brought shame not only upon the individual, but upon their entire lineage. The natural environment of Sangheili ensured that only the strong survived to pass on their genetic legacy. The planet hosted numerous apex predators, creatures that challenged even the formidable Sangheili in combat. Among these were the Dormir, massive quadrupedal predators whose hunting packs required coordinated efforts to defeat. The Helios krill, armored beasts with razor-sharp claws and thick carapaces, taught young Sangheili the importance of finding weak points in an opponent's defense. These predators served a dual purpose in Sangheili culture. They were both mortal threats to be overcome and sources of honor when defeated. The hunting of dangerous creatures became a rite of passage, with warriors wearing the bones, hides, or other trophies of their kills as proof of their prowess. Gender roles within Sangheili society developed along sharply defined lines, a separation that persisted into the modern era. Males were directed toward the path of the warrior from an early age, their lives dedicated to martial pursuits, honor, and the defense of their clan. Females, by contrast, maintained control over civilian aspects of life, managing the keeps, overseeing agricultural and industrial production, raising the young, and handling matters of trade and governance that did not directly relate to military affairs. This should not be mistaken for subjugation. Female Sangheili wielded considerable power within their spheres of influence, and the wisdom of a keep's matriarchs was sought in matters of clan politics and long-term strategy. The separation between male warrior culture and female civilian culture created a complementary system where each gender dominated their respective domains. The development of the Sangheili language reflects the complexity of their society and the importance they place on precision and honor. Their spoken tongue is guttural and rhythmic, utilizing the full range of sounds that their mandibles allow. The language contains numerous words for concepts related to honor, duty, and combat, each with subtle distinctions that are crucial to proper usage. There exist multiple registers within the language, from formal modes used in ceremonial contexts to informal dialects spoken among close companions. The inability to translate certain Sangheili terms into human languages suggests philosophical concepts that exist uniquely within their worldview, ideas for which humanity has no direct equivalent. Early Sangheili technology developed in response to their martial culture and the demands of their environment. Metalworking reached sophisticated levels relatively early in their history, as the creation of weapons and armor held paramount importance. The forging of a blade was not merely a technical process, but a spiritual one, with smiths observing rituals and ceremonies to ensure the weapon would serve its bearer with honor. Sangheili architecture emphasized both defensive utility and aesthetic harmony, with structures designed to blend with the natural landscape while providing tactical advantages. The keeps of noble clans stood as testaments to both engineering skill and artistic vision, their walls adorned with carvings that chronicled the deeds of ancestral heroes. Religious belief among the pre-covenant Sangheili centered primarily on ancestor worship and a deep reverence for the natural world. The spirits of honored dead were believed to watch over their descendants, providing guidance and protection to those who upheld the family's honor. Sacred sites existed across Sangheili, locations where great battles had been fought, or where ancestors had performed legendary deeds. These places were maintained with care, and pilgrimages to them served as opportunities for meditation and rededication to the warrior's path. The concept of an afterlife was tied directly to one's conduct in life. Those who died with honor would join their ancestors in eternal glory, while those who brought shame upon themselves faced a fate of spiritual dissolution and eternal dishonor. The Sangheili understanding of honor extended beyond simple combat prowess. Wisdom, justice, mercy to the defeated who fought bravely, and loyalty to one's clan all factored into the complex calculus of a warrior's worth. An elder who had fought courageously in his youth, but now counseled caution, might be respected for his experience, provided he could justify his advice through sound reasoning. A warrior who showed mercy to a defeated opponent who had fought with exceptional bravery might be praised for recognizing honor in another. The Sangheili did not view honor as a single quality, but as a constellation of virtues that, taken together, defined what it meant to be worthy of respect. The rhythm of life on Sangheili followed patterns established over countless generations. Young males would train in the arts of war, learning from their elders and proving themselves through increasingly difficult challenges. Females would master the intricacies of keep management, diplomacy, and the subtle arts of influence that shaped clan politics. Seasonal festivals marked important dates in the calendar, times when clans would gather to commemorate historical events, honor the dead, and sometimes settle disputes through ritual combat. These gatherings served crucial social functions, allowing for the exchange of news, the arrangement of strategic marriages, and the reinforcement of cultural norms that bound the species together despite the fierce independence of individual clans. As Sangheili civilization advanced, contact with other species became inevitable. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient interactions with other races, some peaceful and others decidedly less so. These encounters shaped Sangheili attitudes toward aliens, fostering a wariness of the unknown combined with a confidence born of martial superiority. When the Sangheili eventually made contact with the Sanshayum, the stage was set for a collision that would reshape galactic history. But long before that fateful meeting, the foundations of Sangheili culture had been firmly established, built upon principles of honor, martial excellence, and unwavering dedication to one's clan and ancestors. The pre-Covenant era saw the rise and fall of various power structures on Sanghelius. Warlords would unite multiple clans under their banner, establishing kingdoms that lasted until challenged by rival coalitions. These conflicts were brutal, but followed established rules of engagement, with certain acts considered so dishonorable that to commit them was to invite total ostracism. The use of poison in combat, the killing of non-combatants, the desecration of honored dead, these and other transgressions could turn even allied clans against the perpetrator. This self-regulating system of honor prevented the complete descent into barbarism, even as it ensured that warfare remained a constant presence in Sangheili life. The worldview that emerged from this environment was one of pragmatic idealism. Sangheili recognized the harsh realities of survival and the necessity of strength, yet they also believed in principles that elevated them above mere animals. They were warriors, but they were also philosophers who contemplated the nature of honor and duty. They were hunters, but they respected the prey that provided them sustenance. They were competitive and hierarchical, but they recognized merit wherever they found it. This complex cultural foundation would be tested and transformed by their integration into the covenant, but its core elements would prove remarkably resilient, surviving even the shattering of their religious worldview and emerging into a new era of Sangheili history. The life of a Sangheili warrior begins not with weapons training or battlefield instruction, but with the recognition of destiny. From the moment of birth, male Sangheili are identified as future warriors, their path predetermined by millennia of cultural tradition. The separation between civilian and military life is absolute, a division so fundamental to Sangheili society that it shapes every aspect of their development from infancy onward. To be born male is to inherit the responsibility of defending one's clan, upholding its honor, and carrying forward the legacy of ancestral heroes whose deeds are commemorated in song and stone. The earliest years of a male Sangheili's life are spent in the company of females, primarily the mothers, aunts, and grandmothers who manage the domestic sphere of the keep. During this brief period, Young males learn the stories of their lineage, hearing tales of great warriors and legendary battles that define their family's place in Sangheili history. These stories serve multiple purposes beyond entertainment. They establish the standard against which the young will be measured, instilling both pride in their heritage and the weight of expectation that comes with it. The narratives emphasize themes of courage, loyalty, and sacrifice, planting seeds that will grow into the honor code that governs their adult lives. At approximately the age of 7 standard years, though this varies somewhat between clans, the separation occurs. Male children are removed from the domestic sphere and placed in the care of veteran warriors who will oversee their training. This transition is marked by ceremony, a formal acknowledgement that childhood has ended and the path of the warrior has begun. The young male is given his first training weapon, typically a wooden or dulled metal blade, and receives instruction in its proper care and maintenance. From this point forward, his life revolves around the martial arts, or physical conditioning, and the mental discipline required to become a true warrior. The training regimen imposed upon young Sangheili is rigorous beyond what most human militaries would consider appropriate for children. Days begin before sunrise with physical conditioning, running across varied terrain, climbing steep inclines, swimming in cold waters. These exercises build strength and endurance while teaching the trainees to push beyond perceived limitations. The philosophy underlying this approach holds that comfort breeds weakness, and a warrior must be prepared to function in any environment under any conditions. Pain is not to be feared, but understood as a teacher, one that reveals the boundaries between ability and failure while showing how those boundaries might be expanded through will and discipline. Combat training follows multiple parallel tracks, each essential to the development of a complete warrior. The blade receives particular attention as close quarters combat holds a special place in Sangheili martial philosophy. Young warriors learn footwork first, the precise movements that create angles of attack and defense. Balance exercises teach them to fight on unstable surfaces and to recover quickly from being knocked off stance. Striking practice develops the strength and precision needed to deliver fatal blows while conserving energy for sustained combat. Defensive techniques emphasize reading an opponent's intentions through subtle cues in body position and movement, allowing the warrior to react before the attack fully develops. The relationship between mentor and student forms one of the most important bonds in Sangheili society. Veterans who have proven themselves in combat take responsibility for small groups of trainees, typically 3 to 5 individuals. These warriors become surrogate fathers, disciplinarians, and guides who shape not only the martial skills of their charges, but their character and understanding of honor. The mentor demonstrates techniques repeatedly, corrects errors with a firm hand, and shares lessons learned through decades of experience. Harsh criticism is common, as is physical discipline for failures or lapses in attention. This should not be mistaken for cruelty. The mentor understands that mistakes in training lead to learning, while mistakes in battle lead to death. As training progresses, young Sangheili are introduced to weapons beyond the blade. The plasma rifle, the primary ranged weapon of their species, requires extensive practice to master. The weapon generates tremendous heat, and untrained users can easily injure themselves through improper handling. Accuracy demands understanding of the plasma bolt's trajectory and travel time. Skills developed through thousands of practice shots at targets ranging from stationary objects to small, fast-moving creatures released specifically for training purposes. Needle weapons, carbines, and other armaments are introduced in turn, with trainees expected to achieve proficiency with each before moving to the next. Tactical education runs parallel to weapons training. Young warriors learn to read terrain, identifying advantageous positions and potential ambush sites. They study the basics of unit coordination, understanding how individual warriors combine into larger fighting forces. Map reading, navigation by stars and landmarks, and survival skills prepare them for extended operations far from their keeps. Strategic thinking is encouraged through war games, exercises where groups of trainees compete against one another with objectives that require planning, adaptation, and coordinated execution. These games are taken seriously, and losing brings shame that motivates participants to analyze their failures and improve. The philosophical dimension of warrior training addresses questions that have no simple answers. What constitutes honorable combat? When is mercy appropriate? And when is it weakness? How does a warrior balance obedience to superiors with personal honor when the two conflict? These discussions occur in formal instruction periods and informal conversations among trainees. Elders share examples from their own experience, presenting moral dilemmas they have faced and the choices they made. The goal is not to provide definitive answers, but to develop the judgment necessary to navigate complex situations while maintaining one's honor. Physical trials punctuate the training process, serving as both assessment and rite of passage. These challenges test everything the young warrior has learned while pushing them to their absolute limits. A trial might require traversing a dangerous mountain path while carrying heavy loads, hunting, and killing a specific predator using only close combat weapons, or enduring extended periods without food or sleep while maintaining combat readiness. Success brings recognition and advancement, while failure means additional training and the shame of not meeting expectations. The most serious failures can result in a young warrior being deemed unfit for combat roles, a fate that brings profound dishonor upon both the individual and their family. The concept of first blood holds particular significance in the development of a warrior. This event typically occurring in mid-adolescence, marks the first time the trainee draws blood from another sapient being in combat. For most, this occurs during sanctioned trials, where trainees face opponents from other keeps in formalized but nonetheless real combat. The opponents might be trainees of similar skill level, or the trial might pit the young warrior against an older, more experienced fighter who will test their abilities without showing mercy. The first blood ceremony acknowledges that the line between child and warrior has been crossed, that the trainee now understands viscerally what it means to fight and potentially to kill. The first kill represents an even more profound transition. While first blood might be drawn in a controlled environment where fatal injury is prevented through intervention, the first kill typically occurs during a hunt of dangerous game, or in earlier historical periods, during actual combat with rival clans. The psychological impact of taking a life, even that of an animal, is recognized and addressed through ritual and counseling from elders. The young warrior must come to terms with their capacity for violence, while understanding that this capacity must be channeled appropriately. The kill is both a source of pride and a sobering reminder of the warrior's responsibilities. Advancement within the training hierarchy occurs through demonstrated competence and the passage of increasingly difficult challenges. Rankings among trainees are clearly defined, and competition for status is fierce. Those who excel gain privileges and responsibilities, including leadership roles in training exercises. Those who struggle receive additional attention from mentors, though persistent failure raises questions about their suitability for warrior life. The hierarchy serves practical purposes beyond mere organization. It prepares young Sangheili for the ranked military structure they will enter upon completion of their training. Mental discipline receives as much attention as physical prowess. Young warriors learn meditation techniques that calm the mind and sharpen focus. They practice entering a state of heightened awareness, a condition sometimes called battle consciousness, where perception seems to slow and the warrior's mind processes information with crystalline clarity. This state cannot be sustained indefinitely, but a warrior who masters it gains a significant advantage in combat. The techniques for achieving this state vary between different teaching traditions, but all emphasize the importance of controlling breath, stilling extraneous thought, and channeling complete attention to the present moment. The relationship between training cohort members develops into bonds that can last a lifetime. Young Sangheili who train together face shared hardships, celebrate shared victories, and develop understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses. These bonds are formalized through various rituals, creating a secondary loyalty structure that exists alongside clan affiliations. Warriors who train together often seek to serve in the same military units, bringing cohesion and trust that can mean the difference between victory and defeat in battle. The importance of these relationships is recognized by Sangheili society, which views the training cohort as a form of chosen brotherhood that complements the blood ties of family. As trainees approach maturity, the intensity and realism of their training increases. Full contact sparring with live weapons becomes common, with warriors accepting the risk of serious injury as a necessary component of preparation. Extended field exercises simulate campaign conditions, requiring trainees to operate independently for weeks at a time with minimal supplies. Mock battles involve hundreds or even thousands of participants, creating the chaos and confusion of real warfare while out providing commanders the opportunity to observe promising individuals who might be marked for leadership roles. The final trials before a trainee is recognized as a full warrior, vary considerably between clans and keep traditions. Some require solo hunts of the most dangerous game on Sangheili. Others demand victories in a series of duels against established warriors. Still, others incorporate tests of endurance, wisdom, or loyalty that assess the totality of the candidate's character. Regardless of the specific requirements, these final trials are designed to be genuinely difficult, with real possibility of failure or even death. When a young Sangheili succeeds and is formally recognized as a warrior, the achievement represents years of unrelenting effort and sacrifice. The ceremony that marks the transition to warrior status typically involves the entire keep. The new warrior receives their first true weapons, often including a blade that may have been carried by an ancestor. They take formal oath before elders and clan members, pledging to uphold honor, defend the keep, and conduct themselves according to the warrior code. Songs recount the deeds of great warriors of the past, providing both celebration and reminder of the standard to which the new warrior will be held. Feasts follow, with the honored individual receiving recognition from all present. This moment represents the culmination of childhood and the beginning of adult life in service to clan and species. Yet the path of the warrior does not end with this recognition. The newly elevated fighter is still junior to veterans who have proven themselves in actual combat, and much remains to be learned. The experience of training, no matter how realistic, differs from the reality of warfare where mistakes have permanent consequences. The first battles a young warrior participates in will test everything they have learned, while revealing the gaps in their knowledge that only experience can fill. This is understood and accepted. The warrior's path is one of continuous growth, with each battle and each year of service adding to the individual's skill and wisdom until, if they survive long enough, they too become elders who will train the next generation. At the core of Sangheili civilization lies a concept that defies simple translation into human language. Honor, in the Sangheili understanding, encompasses far more than courage in battle or adherence to a warrior's code of conduct. It represents the fundamental worth of an individual, the standing of their family, and the legacy that will endure long after their physical death. To live with honor is to fulfill one's purpose, to act in accordance with principles that transcend personal survival or comfort, to earn through deed and word the respect of one's peers and the approval of one's ancestors. The Sangheili distinguish between several forms of honor, each with its own significance and requirements. Personal honor reflects the individual's conduct and choices, their success in upholding the standards expected of a warrior. This is earned through visible deeds, victories in combat, successful completion of missions, protection of the weak, and adherence to oaths. A warrior with strong personal honor is trusted by their comrades, respected by their enemies, and followed willingly by subordinates. The loss of personal honor can sometimes be recovered through exceptional deeds that demonstrate renewed commitment to proper conduct. Family honor operates at a different level entirely. The actions of one member reflect upon all who share their blood, creating a system of collective responsibility that shapes behavior in profound ways. When a warrior achieves glory, that glory extends to parents, siblings, and all who can claim kinship. Conversely, when a member of the family commits a dishonorable act, the stain spreads across the entire lineage. This creates powerful incentives for proper behavior and equally powerful pressure to distance oneself from family members who have brought shame upon the bloodline. In extreme cases, clans have been known to formally disown individuals whose transgressions were so severe that allowing them to remain would threaten the honor of all. The concept of lineage adds temporal depth to honor, connecting the present to both past and future. Each Sangheili inherits the honor accumulated by their ancestors, beginning life with the advantage or disadvantage of their family's historical reputation. This inheritance is not merely symbolic. Keeps with distinguished lineages receive deference and opportunities that lesser families must fight to attain. The warrior understands that their actions will similarly affect descendants they may never meet, creating an obligation that extends beyond personal lifetime. To die honorably adds to the family's legacy. To die in shame can taint generations yet unborn. Certain actions bring honor so surely that they are universally recognized across Sangheili culture. Valor in combat, particularly against superior numbers or formidable opponents, earns immediate respect. The warrior who holds a position against overwhelming odds, who leads successful attacks against entrenched positions, or who defeats renowned enemy champions in single combat, accrues honor through clear demonstration of martial excellence. Leadership that results in victory with minimal casualties to one's own forces displays both tactical skill and concern for the lives of those entrusted to the commander's care, qualities that Sangheili value highly. Sacrifice represents perhaps the most honored action a Sangheili can perform. The warrior who gives their life to buy time for comrades to escape, who volunteers for missions with low probability of survival, or who accepts death rather than violate their principles achieves a form of immortality through memory. Such sacrifices are commemorated in song and carved into the walls of keeps, serving as examples for future generations. The families of these heroes gain honor that can offset other misfortunes and open paths that would otherwise be closed to them. Interestingly, sacrifice is only considered honorable when freely chosen. To be forced into a situation where death is inevitable does not carry the same weight as deliberately choosing certain death in service of a greater purpose. The opposite of honor-bringing actions are those that generate shame, a corrosive force that can destroy both individual and family standing. Cowardice ranks among the most shameful acts a warrior can commit, fleeing from battle when escape is not tactically justified, showing fear in the face of danger, refusing to engage the enemy when duty demands it. These failures reveal fundamental unworthiness. The coward demonstrates that they lack the essential qualities of a warrior, that they place personal survival above honor. Such individuals become pariahs, shunned by former comrades and bringing disgrace upon their families. Dishonesty in dealings with other Sangheili violates core principles of their social contract. When a warrior's word cannot be trusted, the entire system of oaths and obligations that holds their society together begins to crumble. The liar, the oath breaker, the one who makes promises with no intention of fulfilling them, all commit offenses that strike at the foundation of Sangheili culture. The severity of the transgression increases with the importance of the matter at hand. A small lie might be forgiven, but breaking a sworn oath, particularly one made in formal circumstances before witnesses, constitutes an unforgivable offense. Surrender presents a complex situation within the Sangheili honor code. In general, surrendering to the enemy is considered shameful, as the warrior should fight to the death rather than accept capture. However, the code makes distinctions based on circumstances. A warrior who surrenders to save their own life from otherwise inevitable death is viewed as cowardly. A commander who surrenders their forces after exhausting all tactical options, when continued resistance would result in complete annihilation without achieving any strategic purpose, might be judged less harshly if the decision preserves valuable warriors for future battles. The distinction is subtle but significant, turning on whether the surrender stems from personal fear or pragmatic calculation in service of larger goals. The mechanisms for reclaiming lost honor reflect the seriousness with which Sangheili society treats these matters. A warrior who has brought shame upon themselves through cowardice or failure might undertake a redemption quest, a mission of such difficulty and danger that success would demonstrate renewed commitment to the warrior's path. These quests are not assigned lightly, as they must be sufficiently challenging that completing them genuinely proves something about the individual's character. Hunting extremely dangerous prey, accomplishing missions that others have failed at, or performing exceptional service in subsequent battles can gradually restore honor, though the stain of shame never fully disappears. Suicide as atonement represents the extreme response to irredeemable shame. In traditional Sangheili culture, the warrior who has committed an act so dishonorable that no redemption is possible might choose ritual suicide rather than live in disgrace. This practice should not be romanticized. It represents the complete failure of an individual to meet the standards of their society and the recognition that their continued existence brings dishonor to all associated with them. The ritual aspects of such suicides vary, but they typically involve formal acknowledgement of the offense, acceptance of responsibility, and self-inflicted death. In some traditions, this act partially cleanses the shame, allowing the family to recover some measure of honor. In others, even ritual suicide cannot fully offset certain transgressions. The role of witnesses in maintaining honor cannot be overstated. Actions performed in secret, regardless of their honor or shame, carry less weight than those witnessed by others. This creates a strong incentive for warriors to seek opportunities to demonstrate their worth in public forums where their deeds will be observed and remembered. Similarly, accusations of dishonorable conduct require witness testimony to be taken seriously. The Sangheili have developed complex protocols around witnessing, including the concept of the honor witness, an individual of unquestioned integrity who observes duels and other formal contests to ensure proper conduct and to provide authoritative testimony about what transpired. Honor duels serve multiple functions within Sangheili society. They provide a mechanism for resolving disputes between individuals without escalating to broader clan conflicts. They offer opportunities for warriors to demonstrate skill and courage in formal contexts where victory brings clear honor. They enforce social norms by allowing those who have been wronged to demand satisfaction from offenders. The rules governing duels are elaborate, covering everything from the acceptable causes for challenge to the weapons that may be used, the location of the contest, and the role of witnesses and seconds. While duels can be fought to the death, many conclude when one combatant yields or when first blood is drawn, depending on the severity of the dispute and the preferences of the participants. The importance of a warrior's word extends beyond simple truthfulness to encompass reliability and follow-through. When a Sangheili makes a promise, they create an obligation that must be fulfilled regardless of difficulty or personal cost. This applies to formal oaths sworn in ceremonial contexts and to more casual commitments made in conversation. The warrior who says, "I will do this," has bound themselves to action, and failure to deliver constitutes a breaking of trust. This cultural trait makes Sangheili predictable in some respects. Once they have committed to a course of action, they will pursue it with determination. It also makes them cautious about making promises, as each commitment represents a potential threat to their honor if circumstances prevent its fulfillment. Breaking oaths carries consequences that extend far beyond social disapproval. The oath breaker may find themselves challenged to duels by those who feel betrayed. Their reputation spreads through the warrior community, closing off opportunities for advancement or even basic cooperation. Family members suffer by association, as others question whether the moral failure might extend to the entire bloodline. In severe cases, the clan itself may formally expel the oath-breaker, rendering them kinless outcasts with no place in Sangheili society. This exile represents a kind of social death, as the individual loses all support structures and protection that clan membership provides. The balance between pragmatism and honor creates tension that thoughtful Sangheili grapple with throughout their lives. Strict adherence to honor codes can lead to tactical disadvantages, as honorable conduct may be predictable and exploitable. The warrior who always attacks directly, who never uses deception, who fights fairly even when unfair tactics would guarantee victory. Such an individual may accumulate personal honor while failing in their larger strategic objectives. Some Sangheili argue that true honor lies in achieving victory for their clan and species, even if that requires actions that might seem questionable in isolation. Others maintain that certain principles must never be violated, regardless of consequences. This philosophical divide has generated debate within Sangheili culture for countless generations. The integration into the covenant complicated these traditional honor codes in ways that would eventually contribute to the alliance's dissolution. The prophets demanded obedience and religious devotion, creating potential conflicts between loyalty to covenant leadership and traditional Sangheili concepts of honor. Warriors found themselves ordered to perform actions that violated their cultural norms, forced to choose between disobedience and dishonor. The covenant's hierarchical structure placed Sanshayum in positions of ultimate authority, despite their physical weakness and lack of combat experience, inverting the Sangheili principle that leadership should be earned through demonstrated prowess. These contradictions festered for decades, creating resentment and confusion about how honor should be understood in the covenant context. Different philosophical schools emerged within Sangheili society, each offering slightly different interpretations of the honor code. Some emphasized martial glory above all other considerations, viewing combat prowess as the ultimate measure of worth. Others incorporated wisdom and good judgment into their definition of honor, arguing that the aged warrior who counsels prudence serves honor as truly as the young fighter who seeks battle. Still others focused on loyalty to hierarchy, maintaining that honor requires obedience to legitimate authority, even when orders seem questionable. These varying interpretations allowed for flexibility within a system that might otherwise have been too rigid to adapt to changing circumstances. The concept of collective honor extends beyond family to include one's military unit, clan, and ultimately the entire Sangheili species. A warrior represents these larger groups in everything they do, and actions that bring honor or shame reflect upon all these levels of identity. This creates a complex web of obligations and considerations that must be balanced against one another. A decision that benefits one's immediate family might harm one's clan. An action that brings glory to one's military unit might shame the broader Sangheili people. Navigating these competing loyalties requires wisdom and careful thought, qualities that mature warriors develop over decades of experience. In the final analysis, honor serves as both the glue that holds Sangheili society together and the lens through which they interpret all experience. It provides clear standards for behavior, creates powerful incentives for excellence, and offers meaning that transcends the mere struggle for survival. The Sangheili warrior understands that death is inevitable, but honor can endure across generations, connecting past to future through the medium of remembered deeds. This understanding shapes everything from daily interactions to epochal decisions that affect the fate of their entire species, making honor not merely an abstract principle, but the living foundation of what it means to be Sangheili. The keep system forms the fundamental organizational unit of Sangheili society, a structure that predates written history and persists into the modern era despite the upheavals caused by the Covenant and its subsequent collapse. A keep is simultaneously a physical location, a family unit, and a political entity. The fortress structures that give the system its name serve as both defensive installations and symbols of lineage, their walls bearing the accumulated history of countless generations. To be born into a keep is to inherit a ready-made identity, complete with obligations, opportunities, and a place within the complex hierarchies of Sangheili civilization. The physical keeps themselves vary enormously in size and grandeur, reflecting the wealth, power, and historical significance of the clans they house. The greatest keeps of ancient lineages sprawl across mountainsides or occupy commanding positions overlooking fertile valleys. Their walls, constructed from local stone and reinforced with materials whose composition remains a closely guarded secret, have withstood sieges, natural disasters, and the passage of millennia. Interior spaces include communal areas where clan business is conducted, private chambers for ranking family members, training facilities for young warriors, and sacred spaces dedicated to ancestor worship. Many keeps extend deep underground, with chambers carved into bedrock, serving as armory, storerooms, and secure locations where the most precious clan artifacts are kept safe from any surface threats. Lesser keeps are a more modest but no less important to their inhabitants. Even a small keep maintains the essential features: defensible walls, space for training, and areas dedicated to commemorating ancestral heroes. The pride a Sangheili feels in their keep is not proportional to its size, but to the honor their lineage has accumulated over generations. A small keep that has produced legendary warriors carries more prestige than a grand structure housing a clan with an undistinguished history. This creates interesting dynamics within Sangheili society, as physical wealth and power do not automatically translate to respect if they lack the foundation of honorable deeds. The hierarchical structure within keeps follows clearly defined patterns based on a combination of bloodline proximity to the founding ancestor, demonstrated merit, and age. At the apex stands the Kaidan, the clan leader who bears ultimate responsibility for the keep's welfare and represents the family in dealings with other clans and during the Covenant era with the broader political structures of that alliance. The title of Kaidan is typically hereditary, passing from parent to child, though this succession is not automatic. A potential Kaidan must demonstrate the qualities necessary for leadership, and in some cases, worthy candidates from cadet branches of the family tree have been elevated over direct descendants judged unfit for the role. The Kaidan's authority within their keep is nearly absolute, limited primarily by tradition and the practical requirement to maintain the support of senior warriors and clan elders. They adjudicate disputes between clan members, allocate resources and responsibilities, arrange marriages that serve strategic purposes, and represent the clan in negotiations with other families. During times of war, the Kaidan typically serves as the military commander of the keep's forces, though they may delegate tactical leadership to particularly skilled warriors. The burden of this position is immense. The decisions of a Kaidan affect not only living clan members, but also the honor and prospects of descendants yet unborn. Beneath the Kaidan, a hierarchy of elders and senior warriors provides counsel and manages various aspects of clan life. These individuals have proven themselves through decades of service and have earned the right to influence keep policy. They lead training of young warriors, oversee economic activities, maintain diplomatic relationships with allied clans, and ensure that traditional practices are properly observed. The relationship between a Kaidan and these senior advisors can range from harmonious collaboration to bitter rivalry, particularly when the Kaidan is young or when they pursue policies that break with tradition. A wise Kaidan knows when to heed the counsel of experience and when to overrule it in service of necessary change. The concept of bloodline proximity creates tiers within the clan. Those most closely related to the main line enjoy advantages in terms of inheritance, marriage prospects, and opportunities for advancement. However, this advantage must be balanced against the requirement to live up to a higher standard. Those born to privilege face greater expectations and suffer more severe consequences for failure. Cadet branches, families descended from younger siblings of past Kaidans, occupy an interesting middle position. They are part of the greater clan and entitled to its protection, but they must work harder to achieve prominence. This creates internal competition that can either strengthen the clan by driving excellence or weaken it through destructive rivalry. Marriage customs among the Sangheili serve primarily strategic purposes, particularly for families of significant standing. Alliances between clans are formalized through the union of their members, creating bonds that obligate mutual support and cooperation. These arrangements are typically negotiated between kaidans or senior family members with little input from the individuals actually being married. The Sangheili view this as proper. Personal preference is secondary to the good of the clan. That said, these marriages are not necessarily loveless. Many Sangheili couples develop genuine affection over time, and the shared purpose of advancing family interests can create its own form of intimacy. The separation between male and female spheres of influence begins in early childhood and shapes every aspect of Sangheili family structure. Males depart the domestic realm at young ages to train as warriors, returning to the keep primarily for ceremonial occasions or brief respites between campaigns. Their lives revolve around military service, and many spend more time with their warrior brothers than with blood family. Females, by contrast, remain within the keep, managing its day-to-day operations, overseeing agricultural and craft production, raising children, and maintaining the complex web of relationships that connect their clan to others. This separation should not be mistaken for inequality, at least not in the simple sense that human observers might assume. Female Sangheili wield considerable power within their designated sphere. They control resources, make important decisions about clan finances and trade, and often prove more adept at the political maneuvering that determines which families rise and which fall. The kaidan's mate, typically referred to as the keep matriarch, stands as a power in her own right, her influence extending to matters that officially fall under male authority. A wise kaidan consults closely with the matriarch, recognizing that her perspective and the intelligence network she maintains among females of other keeps provide information not available through military channels. The rearing of young Sangheili follows gendered patterns that reinforce the division of roles. Females care for all children during their earliest years, teaching them the stories of their lineage and basic social skills. When males reach the age of separation, their departure from maternal care is abrupt and final. They enter the warrior training system and have minimal contact with their mothers and sisters from that point forward. This creates a curious situation where adult male Sangheili may feel deep respect and affection for female family members they hardly know as individuals. Females, meanwhile, raise daughters to take their place in keeping operations, passing down knowledge of resource management, political strategy, and the subtle arts of influence that females master. Clan heraldry serves both aesthetic and practical purposes within Sangheili culture. Each major clan maintains distinctive colors, symbols, and patterns that identify its members and appear on armor, banners, and keep architecture. These visual markers communicate identity at a glance, crucial in battle situations where quick identification of ally and enemy can mean the difference between survival and death. The specific symbols chosen typically reference some legendary deed of the clan's history or represent virtues the family claims to embody. During the Covenant era, these traditional markings were sometimes supplemented or replaced by Covenant insignia, a source of resentment for many tradition-minded Sangheili who viewed it as erosion of their cultural identity. The practice of maintaining ancestral halls demonstrates the Sangheili emphasis on lineage and historical continuity. These chambers, found in every keep, regardless of size, contain records of family history etched into stone or metal, resistant to decay and alteration. The greatest deeds of ancestral heroes are commemorated here, along with genealogical records that trace bloodlines back across centuries. Artifacts from past generations, weapons carried in famous battles, armor worn by legendary warriors, trophies taken from defeated enemies, are preserved with reverence. Young Sangheili visit these halls as part of their education, learning the stories of their ancestors and understanding the standard against which they will be measured. The concept of collective family honor creates interesting dynamics around success and failure. When a clan member achieves something notable, the benefits spread to all who share their name. Lesser families have risen to prominence on the accomplishments of a single exceptional individual, while great houses have been founded by warriors whose deeds were so extraordinary that they received the right to establish independent keeps. This creates incentives for clan members to support one another's success, as any victory reflects well on all. It also means that resources may be directed toward the most promising individuals who receive the best equipment, the finest training, and the most advantageous assignments. Conversely, the failure or disgrace of one member threatens the entire clan. This is perhaps the most powerful enforcement mechanism of Sangheili social norms. The warrior who contemplates cowardice must consider not only personal shame but the harm that will befall parents, siblings, and extended family. Clans have been known to take extreme measures to distance themselves from disgraced members, formally expelling them and erasing their names from family records. In the most severe cases, when an individual's transgressions are so terrible that expulsion is insufficient to protect clan honor, the family may sanction execution, carried out by the transgressor's own kin. These grim necessities, while rare, demonstrate the absolute priority placed on collective honor over individual life. Inter-clan rivalries provide structure and meaning to Sangheili political life, while also creating significant challenges for broader unity. Some rivalries are relatively benign, taking the form of competition in martial tournaments, economic endeavors, or the combat of political maneuvering. Others run deep and bitter, rooted in historical grievances that may stretch back centuries. Blood feuds, sparked by real or perceived insults to honor, can persist across generations, with each act of retaliation spawning the next. in an endless cycle of violence. During the Covenant era, these feuds were theoretically suppressed in favor of unity. But in practice, they continued through proxies and subtle sabotage. With the Covenant's fall, old hatreds have re-emerged with renewed force. Strategic alliances between clans create webs of obligation and mutual support that can span entire regions of Sangheilios. These alliances are formalized through various mechanisms, including marriage, blood oaths, and economic partnerships. A keep that finds itself under threat can call upon allied clans for military support, a call that cannot be refused without dishonor. These alliance networks create a form of distributed power, with particularly influential clans sitting at the centers of large coalition structures. The shifting nature of these alliances, as new agreements are made and old ones lapse or are violated, creates a complex political landscape that requires constant attention from clan leadership. The management of clan resources falls primarily to female Sangheili, who oversee agricultural production, craft workshops, and trade relationships. Keeps vary in their economic basis, depending on their location and the resources available to them. Some control fertile agricultural lands and produce food for trade, while others specialize in the crafting of weapons, armor, or other manufactured goods. Some clans control deposits of valuable minerals or maintain trading posts along major routes. The diversification of economic activities provides resilience, ensuring that the clan can weather disruptions to any single revenue source. The most powerful clan maintain portfolios of diverse assets, their wealth providing the foundation for political influence and military strength. The transfer of knowledge and tradition from one generation to the next occurs through both formal education and the living example of elders. Young Sangheili absorb lessons not only through explicit instruction, but also by observing how adults conduct themselves, resolve disputes, and maintain honor in daily life. Stories play a crucial role in this transmission, with oral histories preserved and retold with care. These narratives serve multiple purposes. They entertain, they educate, and they reinforce the values that the clan holds dear. The best storytellers are honored for their skill, recognized as crucial to maintaining cultural continuity across the generation. The integration of the Sangheili into the Covenant military structure represented both an opportunity and a crisis for their warrior culture. On one hand, it provided access to resources, technology, and a theater of operations spanning the galaxy, allowing Sangheili warriors to test themselves against a diversity of foes beyond anything their home world could offer. On the other hand, it subordinated them to a religious hierarchy led by the Sanshayum, a species the Sangheili viewed as physically weak, and whose claim to spiritual authority rested on interpretations of forerunner artifacts rather than proven martial merit. This tension would shape Sangheili experience throughout the Covenant era and ultimately contribute to the Alliance's violent dissolution. The formal Covenant rank structure, as it applied to Sangheili warriors, reflected a blend of their indigenous military traditions and the organizational requirements of the Alliance's vast armed forces. At the bottom tier stood the miners, young warriors who had completed their basic training and been deemed ready for active service. These soldiers wore distinctive blue armor and fought with the desperate eagerness of those seeking to prove themselves. Assignment to combat zones as a miner was both exciting and terrifying. These warriors had been trained, but lacked the experience that distinguished capable soldiers from merely competent ones. Casualty rates among miners were predictably high, and those who survived their first engagements began the long climb toward veteran status. Majors, distinguished by red armor, represented the next step in the hierarchy. These warriors had survived multiple engagements, demonstrated tactical competence, and shown the leadership potential necessary to command small units. A major might lead a lance of 3 to 5 warriors or serve as a second in command to more senior officers in larger formations. The transition from minor to major was significant, marking the warrior as having survived the crucible of actual combat and emerged with both skills and honor intact. Majors received better equipment and more challenging assignments, their proven reliability making them valuable assets in any operation. The rank of Ultra, marked by white armor, elevated a warrior into the upper echelons of the Covenant military. Ultras commanded files of multiple lances, planned and executed complex operations, and served as the backbone of Sangheili combat leadership. Achieving this rank required not only survival and competence, but also demonstrated excellence in combat, successful completion of difficult missions, and recognition from superiors. Ultras often came from distinguished bloodlines, though merit played a crucial role. An exceptional warrior from a minor clan could theoretically reach this rank, though they would face more scrutiny and higher standards than someone born to a great house. The Zealot class represented the most elite of regular military ranks, warriors who had devoted themselves so completely to the Covenant's cause that they were considered beyond question. Zealots wore distinctive gold armor and energy shielding, and carried the finest weapons the Covenant could provide. They were deployed in operations requiring absolute reliability and exceptional skill, high-value assassinations, critical battlefield objectives, and missions where failure was unacceptable. Zealots came from every tier of Sangheili society, united by their fanaticism, devotion, and the willingness to die for the Covenant's goals. Their reputation for ferocity and competence made them respected and feared throughout the Alliance. Special operations units existed parallel to the standard rank structure, recruiting warriors who had demonstrated unique aptitudes. Spec Ops Sangheili specialized in covert operations, sabotage, infiltration, and other missions requiring stealth and precision. They wore distinctive black armor and trained extensively in the use of active camouflage technology, learning to move unseen through enemy territory and strike with devastating surprise. Assignment to Spec Ops was considered prestigious, and these warriors developed a strong identity separate from line combat units. They operated in small teams, often deep behind enemy lines, where a single error could result in death or a capture without any hope of reinforcement. The rank of shipmaster carried responsibilities that extended beyond direct combat. These officers commanded Covenant vessels ranging from relatively small frigates to massive capital ships, overseeing crews that might include thousands of individuals from multiple species. A shipmaster bore responsibility not only for tactical decisions in naval combat, but also for maintaining discipline, ensuring proper maintenance, and managing the complex logistics of void operations. The position required a blend of martial skill, strategic thinking, and administrative competence. Successful shipmasters accrued significant prestige, and control of powerful warships translated to political influence within the Covenant hierarchy. Fleet masters stood at the pinnacle of Covenant military command, responsible for entire naval battle groups that might include dozens of warships. These were Sangheili of exceptional capability, who had proven themselves across decades of service in progressively more responsible roles. A fleet master coordinated the actions of multiple shipmasters, planned campaigns spanning star systems, and bore responsibility for the success or failure of major military operations. The concentration of power in these positions made them coveted and dangerous. Ambitious Sangheili plotted to attain them, while those who held them had to navigate both external military challenges and internal political machinations. During the Human Covenant War, fleet masters like Thelvadame earned reputations that extended throughout the Alliance. The title of Arbiter occupied a unique and complex position within Covenant society, one that evolved significantly over the course of the Alliance's history. Originally, the Arbiter was a position of tremendous honor, reserved for the greatest Sangheili warriors as a recognition of their service. Arbiters led Covenant forces during the most critical campaigns and served as the instruments of the Prophet's will in matters requiring both authority and military might. However, following the first Arbiter's betrayal of the Covenant during a critical battle, the role was transformed into a mark of shame. The title was bestowed upon disgraced warriors who had failed catastrophically, offering them a chance at redemption through suicide missions with minimal probability of survival. This transformation of the Arbiter role created an interesting dynamic. Warriors who received the title were simultaneously disgraced and honored, stripped of their name and clan identity, yet given ancient armor and equipped with the finest weapons to carry out the Prophet's most dangerous commands. The underlying assumption was that these warriors would die gloriously in the attempt their final service partially redeeming their earlier failures and providing a template for other Sangheili to follow. That some arbiters, most notably Thelvadam, not only survived, but achieved objectives that seemed impossible, spoke to the quality of warriors who received the title. These survivors occupied ambiguous positions, neither fully restored to honor nor able to return to their former status. Honor guards represented the Covenant's most visible elite warriors, assigned to protect the hierarchs and other high-value leadership figures. These Sangheili wore distinctive ceremonial armor and carried energy staves as badges of their office. Selection as an honor guard was considered a great distinction, reflecting both martial prowess and political reliability. However, the role also placed warriors in close proximity to the Sanshayum, requiring them to witness firsthand the prophet's arrogance and the way they treated Sangheili accomplishments as merely expected service. This exposure planted seeds of resentment in some honor guards, who saw the contrast between Sangheili sacrifice and prophet privilege. The complex relationship between the Sangheili and Sanshayum leadership created constant tensions that the Covenant's religious ideology could never fully resolve. The prophets based their authority on their supposed special understanding of forerunner artifacts and their ability to interpret divine will. From the Sangheili perspective, particularly for those steeped in traditional warrior culture, this was deeply problematic. Leadership, they believed, should be earned through demonstrated merit, strength, wisdom, and successful command in battle. The prophets possessed none of these qualities, being physically weak, personally cowardly, and dependent on others for even their basic mobility and protection. This philosophical divide was papered over by the Covenant's religious structure, which held that the prophet's spiritual authority was more important than martial prowess. The Sangheili were cast as the strong right hand of the Covenant, the warriors who would implement the prophet's vision and lead the faithful on the great journey. This division of labor allowed both species to maintain their dignity. The prophets as spiritual leaders, the Sangheili as military commanders. Beneath the surface, however, many Sangheili chafed at taking orders from beings they viewed as inferior. Those who rose high enough in the hierarchy to regularly interact with prophet leadership often developed barely concealed contempt, seeing at close range the political scheming, petty cruelties, and self-serving decisions that characterized Sanshayum governance. The distrust ran deeper than mere resentment of prophet arrogance. Thoughtful Sangheili recognized that the Sanshayum maintained their position partly through a deliberate strategy of preventing any other species from gaining too much power within the Covenant. They played species against one another, elevated and then humbled ambitious individuals, and ensured that no potential rivals could consolidate enough authority to threaten prophet supremacy. The most perceptive Sangheili leaders understood that they and their species were tools being used by the prophets for purposes that might not align with Sangheili interests, but speaking such thoughts openly would be branded heresy. The introduction of Jiralhanai into prominent military roles represented perhaps the most direct threat to Sangheili's status within the Covenant. The prophets, particularly the High Prophet of Truth, began elevating these brutal warriors as a counterweight to Sangheili power. Jiralhanai were given command positions, assigned to high-status duties, and even placed in honor guard roles that had traditionally been exclusive to Sangheili. From the Sangheili perspective, this was both insulting and dangerous. They viewed Jiralhanai as crude, undisciplined savages who lacked the honor and strategic sophistication necessary for leadership. The prophet's apparent preference for these newcomers over the Sangheili, who had served loyally for centuries, signaled something deeply wrong at the heart of the Covenant. The Great Schism, the event that finally shattered the Covenant, was simultaneously sudden and the culmination of long-building tensions. When the High Prophet of Regret was killed by the human warrior Master Chief, Truth saw an opportunity to enact a plan he had likely been developing for years. He ordered the systematic replacement of Sangheili with Jiralhanai in key positions, beginning with the honor guard. The betrayal was comprehensive and coordinated. Sangheili across the Covenant military found themselves attacked by former allies, often without warning or clear explanation. The prophets had decided that the Sangheili were no longer necessary and had to be eliminated before they could pose a threat to the completion of the Great Journey. The Sangheili response to this betrayal was shaped entirely by their honor culture. From their perspective, they had served the Covenant faithfully for generations, had shed blood in its wars, had subjugated their own cultural identity to the Alliance's needs. They had been loyal to the letter and spirit of their obligations. The prophet's decision to cast them aside and attempt their genocide was not merely a political betrayal, but a violation of the fundamental principles that made civilization possible. Oaths had been broken, trust had been destroyed, and the Sangheili were released from any obligation to the Covenant or its leadership. The fighting that erupted during the Great Schism was savage, even by the standards of the Covenant's wars against humanity. Sangheili and Jiralhanai, who had fought alongside one another for decades, now turned their weapons on their former brothers in arms. The conflict spread from High Charity throughout the Covenant military, with ships and installations turning into battlegrounds as crews fragmented along species lines. The Sangheili had advantages in training, equipment, and tactical sophistication, but the Jiralhanai were numerous, savage in their aggression, and had the element of surprise. The war was both ideological and practical, a struggle for the soul of the Covenant and for simple survival. The dissolution of the Covenant's martial structure left the Sangheili without the organizational framework that had given their military purpose and direction for centuries. Individual warriors and units had to make choices about where their loyalty lay, with the prophets who had betrayed them, with emerging Sangheili factions led by figures like the Arbiter, with splinter groups seeking to maintain the covenant's vision, or with themselves alone. The collapse was chaotic and painful, as relationships forged over decades of shared combat were severed, and warriors who had trusted one another became enemies based on which side they chose. The formation of the Swords of Sangheili under Arbiter Thelvadam's leadership represented one attempt to forge a new path forward. This faction rejected the prophets and the Covenant's religious lies, but sought to preserve Sangheili unity and honor while building new alliances, most controversially with humanity. The Arbiter's role in the Great Schism and his subsequent actions embodied the transformation many Sangheili needed to undergo, from unquestioning service to a religious hierarchy to autonomous action guided by conscience and pragmatic assessment of reality. This transition was difficult and incomplete, with many Sangheili unable or unwilling to make the philosophical leap required. The reshaping of Sangheili military forces in the post-Covenant era continues to unfold, with multiple factions offering competing visions. Some seek to resurrect the Covenant under new leadership, believing that the alliance's principles were sound despite the prophet's betrayal. Others embrace a return to pre-Covenant traditions, with Sangheili serving only their own clans and species' interests. Still others, following the Arbiter's example, argue for a new paradigm that includes cooperation with former enemies and acceptance of truths that shatter long-held beliefs. The resolution of these competing philosophies will determine what the Sangheili become in the centuries ahead, whether they will find a new unified identity or fragment into warring factions until the species itself is destroyed. The spiritual life of the Sangheili before their encounter with the Sanshayum and the artifacts of the Forerunners was rooted in ancestor worship and a deep reverence for the natural order of their world. The souls of honored warriors were believed to persist beyond death, watching over their descendants from some ethereal realm that existed beyond the physical plane. This was not a vague or abstract concept, but a living belief that shaped behavior and gave meaning to the sacrifice of warriors who fell in combat. To die with honor ensured that one would join the revered ancestors, participating in an eternal vigil over the clan and lending spiritual strength to living warriors who faced their own trials. Sacred sites scattered across Sangheili marked locations where great events had occurred, or where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds seemed particularly thin. These places became pilgrimage destinations, with warriors traveling sometimes vast distances to stand where legendary ancestors had achieved their greatest victories or made their ultimate sacrifices. Rituals performed at these sites involved offerings, meditation, and sometimes combat demonstrations intended to honor the dead and demonstrate that their descendants remained worthy of the legacy they had inherited. The maintenance of these sacred locations was taken seriously, with clans accepting responsibility for preserving sites associated with their lineage. The natural world itself held spiritual significance for traditional Sangheili. The predators that roamed their home world's varied terrains were respected as expressions of natural law, creatures that had earned their place atop the food chain through strength and cunning. Hunting these beasts was both a practical necessity and a spiritual practice, one that connected the hunter to fundamental truths about life, death, and the struggle for survival. The successful hunter proved themselves worthy to continue living, while the prey, if it had fought bravely, was honored for the challenge it had provided. This relationship with nature fostered respect for strength wherever it was found, and an acceptance of death as a natural and even noble conclusion to a life well lived. The arrival of the Sanshayum and their revelations about the forerunners fundamentally transformed Sangheili spirituality. The prophets brought with them artifacts and technologies that clearly originated from a civilization far more advanced than anything the Sangheili had achieved. The Sanshayum claimed these forerunners had been divine beings, godlike in their power and wisdom, who had walked the path to transcendence through activation of the halo rings. This narrative was supported by physical evidence. The forerunner installations that dotted Sangheili and worlds throughout the region. Structures that defied explanation through contemporary understanding and seemed to confirm the prophet's claims. The integration of forerunner worship into Sangheili belief required some reconciliation with traditional ancestor veneration. The solution developed by the first generation of Covenant Sangheili positioned the forerunners as a kind of ultimate ancestor, beings from whom all current intelligent species ultimately derived. The honored dead of Sangheili clans were still revered, but they were placed within a larger cosmic hierarchy with the forerunners at its apex. The great journey, the promised transcendence that the covenant sought, would reunite all faithful with the forerunners and with their own ancestors in a state of eternal glory. This theological synthesis allowed Sangheili to maintain connection to their traditional beliefs while accepting the new religious framework the covenant provided. Forerunner relics became objects of intense veneration, treated with a care and respect that approached worship. Every artifact, no matter how mundane its original function might have been, was viewed as sacred. The technologies derived from these relics, the energy shields, plasma weapons, and advanced materials that gave the Covenant military its power, were seen as gifts from the divine, tools the forerunners had left behind to aid the faithful in their journey. The Sangheili approach to these artifacts was notably different from how humans treated technology, where humanity saw tools to be understood and improved. Sangheili saw holy relics to be preserved and used as the forerunners had intended. Rituals surrounding the discovery and handling of forerunner artifacts became elaborate and formalized. When a new site was discovered, religious specialists would be summoned to perform ceremonies ensuring proper respect was shown. The excavation and study of artifacts followed strict protocols intended to prevent desecration. Warriors assigned to protect these sites and the personnel working with them took their duties with extreme seriousness, understanding that they guarded not merely valuable objects, but pieces of the divine left in the physical world. The loss of a forerunner artifact to enemy action or accident was a spiritual calamity, a failure that brought shame and required atonement. The concept of the Great Journey provided covenant society, including its Sangheili members, with ultimate purpose and meaning. All the struggles, all the warfare, all the sacrifices were positioned as steps along the path toward transcendence. The halo rings, when activated, would trigger this transformation, lifting the faithful into a higher state of existence where they would join the forerunners. This belief gave warriors a framework for understanding their role. They fought to bring more worlds and more species into the covenant, expanding the faithful who would share in the great journey while destroying those who rejected salvation. Death in this service was not tragic, but glorious, as the warrior would be among the first to achieve transcendence. The tension between warrior pragmatism and religious devotion created interesting contradictions within Covenant Sangheili. On one hand, they were trained from youth to assess situations tactically, to understand cause and effect on the battlefield, to think critically about strategy and tactics. On the other hand, religious doctrine required acceptance of teachings that were, at best, unsupported by evidence and at worst, contradicted by observable reality. Most Sangheili navigated this tension by compartmentalizing, applying rational analysis to military matters, while accepting religious teachings on faith in a different mental space. Those who questioned too openly, or who let religious skepticism interfere with performance of duties, faced censure or worse. Silent doubts probably existed among many Sangheili, though giving voice to them was dangerous. Warriors who had fought across the galaxy, who had seen the diversity of species and civilizations, who had watched the prophets make decisions that seemed more political than spiritual. These individuals might have harbored private questions about the Covenant's teachings. The requirement that such doubts remain private created a culture of public conformity that masked potentially widespread skepticism. Without the ability to discuss doubts openly or to collectively examine inconsistencies in doctrine, individual Sangheili struggled alone with questions they could not voice and could not answer. The Sanshayum's control over religious narrative was nearly absolute, a monopoly that proved crucial to maintaining their power. They alone claimed the ability to interpret forerunner artifacts and inscriptions. They positioned themselves as intermediaries between the faithful and the divine, necessary guides without whom the path to the great journey could not be found. This authority extended to declaring what was and was not heresy, giving the prophets power to suppress inconvenient truths or eliminate rival by branding them as threats to the faith. Sangheili, who rose high enough in the hierarchy to question this arrangement, still had to operate within its constraints, as openly challenging the prophet's spiritual authority would bring destruction upon themselves and potentially their entire clan. The discovery of humanity's status as reclaimers represented a crack in the foundation of covenant theology, though its full implications were initially suppressed. When forerunner installations responded to human presence, recognizing them as inheritors with special access and authority, it suggested that humanity held a unique place in the forerunner's plans. This contradicted the covenant narrative that positioned humans as an evolutionary dead end, a species that had been tested by the forerunners and found wanting. The prophets responded to this revelation not with theological reassessment, but with redoubled determination to exterminate humanity before the truth could spread. This choice prioritized political power over religious truth, a decision whose implications were lost on most Sangheili at the time. The shattering of faith that came with the revelations of the Great Schism was perhaps as devastating to many Sangheili as the physical betrayal. To learn that the prophets had lied about fundamental aspects of covenant theology, that the great journey would not bring transcendence but death, that the entire religious structure had been built on misunderstanding or deliberate deception. This struck at the core of what had given meaning to centuries of warfare and sacrifice. Warriors who had lost brothers, who had themselves shed blood in service to the covenant's vision, had to confront the possibility that it had all been for nothing, that the honored dead had died for a lie. Different Sangheili responded to this crisis of faith in different ways. Some rejected the revelations entirely, choosing to believe that the prophets who had betrayed them were aberrations, and that the fundamental teachings of the covenant remained true. These individuals formed or joined factions that sought to restore the covenant under new, more righteous leadership. Hulamdama's covenant, one of the most significant post-schism factions, exemplified this approach. They maintained belief in the great journey while rejecting the leadership that had betrayed them. Others embraced a form of secular reformation, concluding that the covenant's religious teachings had been false from the beginning. These Sangheili, often following the example of Arbiter Thelvadam, accepted that the forerunners had been merely an advanced species rather than gods, that the halo rings were weapons rather than instruments of transcendence, and that the Sangheili would have to find new purpose independent of the theological framework that had guided them for so long. This path required immense psychological strength, as it meant accepting that much of what they had believed and fought for was based on falsehood. A third group attempted synthesis, seeking to preserve elements of traditional Sangheili spirituality while discarding the obviously false aspects of covenant teaching. These individuals often returned to older forms of ancestor worship while incorporating some acknowledgement of forerunner accomplishments without treating them as divine. This middle path allowed for continuity with the past while accepting new truths. though it satisfied neither traditionalists nor reformers completely. New spiritual interpretations of honor and duty emerged in the post-covenant period, filling the void left by discredited religious certainty. Some Sangheili began to argue that honor itself was the highest value, that acting with integrity and courage was its own reward, regardless of any supernatural consequences. This philosophy held that the honored dead lived on through the memory of their descendants, and the influence their deeds continued to exert on living warriors. Whether or not an afterlife existed became secondary to the certainty that actions in this life mattered, that choosing honor over expediency made one worthy of respect and remembrance. The theological landscape of the Sangheili in the decades following the Covenant's dissolution remains fragmented and contentious. Different factions and even individual keeps have developed their own interpretations, some cleaving to modified versions of covenant teaching, others embracing secular worldviews, and still others seeking entirely new spiritual frameworks. This diversity of belief complicates efforts to unite the species, as agreement on matters of ultimate meaning and purpose proves elusive. The conflict between competing religious visions adds another layer to the civil strife that plagues Sangheilios, with spiritual disagreements reinforcing and being reinforced by political and clan-based rivalries. The question of whether the Sangheili will develop a unified religious or philosophical framework going forward remains open. Historical precedent suggests that diversity of belief can coexist with ethnic unity, provided some common ground can be maintained. For the Sangheili, honor itself may serve as that common ground, a principle that transcends specific theological commitments and provides shared vocabulary for discussing what makes life meaningful and what behavior is worthy of respect. If they can agree that acting with honor matters regardless of its metaphysical implications, they may find the unity necessary to survive as a species while allowing for the diversity of belief that characterizes their post-covenant condition. The forerunner legacy, irony upon irony, may prove less important to the Sangheili's future than their own traditional culture. The warrior ethos, the honor codes, the clan loyalties, and the commitment to excellence in combat. These elements predated the covenant and survived its collapse. They represent indigenous Sangheili values rather than imported religious teaching. As the species moves forward into an uncertain future, these traditional elements may provide the foundation for whatever new identity emerges. The forerunners will be remembered not as gods, but as a powerful civilization that once existed, one whose technologies and structures remain useful, but whose spiritual authority has been rightfully surrendered. In this way, the Sangheili may finally achieve what the covenant prevented: the full expression of their own culture on their own terms, unmediated by the interpretations and manipulations of other species. The return to Sangheilios in the aftermath of the covenant's collapse should have been a homecoming, a chance for warriors to reconnect with the world they had fought to protect across decades of service. Instead, what greeted them was chaos. The planet that had remained relatively stable under Covenant rule, its various keeps and clans held in check by the external authority of the Alliance, suddenly found itself without that stabilizing force. Old rivalries that had been suppressed erupted with renewed fury. Ideological divisions that had been whispered about in private now became battle cries. The Sangheili people, freed from the prophet's control, immediately turned their formidable martial capabilities upon one another. The immediate aftermath saw a frantic scramble for position and power. Kaidans who had collaborated closely with the Covenant regime found themselves challenged by those who had chafed under alien rule. Warriors returning from the front lines arrived to discover that their clans had chosen sides in conflicts they knew nothing about. The weapons that had been used to prosecute the human Covenant war were now turned inwards, with plasma rifles scorching keeps that had stood for thousands of years, and energy swords settling disputes that might once have been resolved through negotiation. The scale of the violence was unprecedented in modern Sangheili history, approaching levels not seen since the pre-Covenant era of constant warfare between rival states. The philosophical core of this conflict centered on a fundamental question: what does it mean to be Sangheili in a post-Covenant universe? For millennia, the answer had been provided by external structures, first by indigenous tradition, then by Covenant religious doctrine. With the religious framework shattered and traditional ways having been eroded by centuries of service to the Alliance, the species faced an identity crisis that could not be resolved through combat alone. Yet combat was the language Sangheili understood best, and so philosophical disagreements become military confrontations, with each faction attempting to impose its vision through force of arms. The servants of the abiding truth emerged as one of the earliest and most significant opposition movements to the new order. Led by the field master Avumed Telkam, this faction represented those Sangheili who could not or would not abandon their faith in the Covenant's core teachings. They acknowledged that the prophets had betrayed them, that the Sanshayum had proven unworthy of their leadership role, but maintained that the fundamental theology remained sound. The forerunners were divine, the great journey was real, and the activation of the halo array would still bring transcendence. What was needed was not abandonment of faith, but purification, a return to the true teachings uncorrupted by prophet manipulation. The servants established their base of operations in the state of Telkam, where they could draw upon clan loyalty and traditional support structures. Their military strength came from warriors who had never fully accepted the secular turn that the Arbiter represented, who needed to believe that their years of service and sacrifice had meaning beyond mere political machinations. These were not mindless zealots, but thoughtful individuals who had examined the evidence and concluded that maintaining faith required less intellectual dishonesty than abandoning it entirely. Their leadership included veterans of the Covenant military who brought tactical sophistication and strategic planning to their campaign. The conflict between the servants and the Arbiter's forces came to a head at the siege of Vadam Keep in March 2053. Telkam's forces, bolstered by modern weaponry and the tactical advantage of surprise, laid siege to the ancestral home of Thel Vadam. The attack was as much symbolic as military. Vadam Keep represented everything the servants opposed. It was the stronghold of the movement to abandon the old ways, the seat of power for the Sangheili, who would ally with humans and reject the truths of the forerunners. The destruction of the keep and the elimination of the Arbiter would send an unmistakable message about which vision of Sangheili identity would prevail. The arrival of the UNSC Infinity to break the siege demonstrated the complexity of post-Covenant politics. Here was humanity, the species the Sangheili had fought against for decades, intervening in what was ostensibly an internal Sangheili conflict. For the Arbiter's supporters, this was pragmatic alliance building, recognition that survival in the new galactic order required setting aside old enmities and working with former foes. For the servants and those who sympathized with them, it was confirmation of their worst fears. The Arbiter had become a puppet of humanity, willing to call in alien forces against his own people. The fact that Infinity's intervention proved decisive only deepened this perception. The defeat at Vadam Keep did not destroy the servants of the abiding truth, but it did force them underground and fragment their organizational structure. Telkom himself survived and continued to lead resistance against what he viewed as the illegitimate rule of the Arbiter and his secular allies. The servants' ideology remained attractive to significant portions of the Sangheili population, particularly in rural regions where traditional beliefs had deeper roots and where the influence of Covenant cosmopolitanism had been less pronounced. Small cells of believers continued to conduct operations, sabotaging infrastructure, assassinating collaborators, and working to undermine the new order in whatever ways they could. Hulam Dhamma represented a different and potentially more dangerous variant of Covenant revivalism. Initially a member of the servants, Mdama broke away to form his own faction after being captured by Oni and subjected to imprisonment and manipulation. His captivity radicalized him, transforming what had been religious conviction into burning hatred of humanity and determination to see the Covenant restored in a form that would complete what the original alliance had begun. Unlike Telkam, who focused primarily on Sangheili's politics, Hulam Dhamma thought in grander terms about galactic-scale religious warfare and the ultimate vindication of Covenant beliefs. Hul's Covenant, as it came to be known, differed from the original alliance in several important respects. It was explicitly Sangheili-led, with Madama serving as supreme leader and making no pretense of shared governance with Sangheili or any other species. This addressed one of the key grievances that had led to the Great Schism. The Sangheili would never again be subordinated to others. However, the new covenant remained multi-species, incorporating Ungoi, Kigyar, and others who either shared its religious vision or were coerced into service. The alliance retained the covenant's martial structure and religious ideology, while jettisoning the specific features that had made the original iteration vulnerable to betrayal. The theological underpinning of Jules' covenant centered on Forerunner worship and the belief that activating certain Forerunner facilities would bring about the transcendence promised by the Great Journey. Jules became convinced that the planet Requiem held the key to fulfilling these promises, that awakening the Didact, an ancient Forerunner warrior in stasis, would provide the Covenant with a living God who could lead them to victory and eventual transcendence. This quest consumed much of his faction's energy and resources, leading to the extended campaign on Requiem that would ultimately result in Jules' death and the severe diminishment of his Covenant's power. The Swords of Sangheili, the faction loyal to Arbiter Thel 'Vadam, represented the reformist vision of Sangheili identity. This movement accepted that the Covenant's religious teachings had been false, that cooperation with humanity was both necessary and beneficial, and that the Sangheili needed to forge a new path forward based on traditional warrior values rather than imported theology. The Swords drew support from urban regions, from warriors who had served closely with human forces during the Great Schism, and from pragmatists who recognized that survival required adaptation to new realities. The Arbiter himself stood as a complex and controversial figure at the center of this movement. His personal journey from loyal Covenant warrior to disgraced Arbiter to rebel leader who helped destroy the Alliance gave him unique moral authority, but it also made him vulnerable to attacks on his credibility. Critics pointed to his role in prosecuting the Human Covenant War, including his responsibility for the destruction of Reach, as evidence that his later conversion was opportunistic rather than principled. Supporters countered that his willingness to acknowledge error and change course demonstrated strength rather than weakness, that the ability to abandon false beliefs when confronted with truth was precisely the quality Sangheili leadership needed. The question of whether Sangheili could honorably kill other Sangheili became one of the most philosophically troubling aspects of the civil conflict. Traditional honor codes had been developed primarily for dealing with external threats, alien species, dangerous predators, rival clan that were nonetheless recognized as fellow Sangheili. The concept of a Sangheili civil war that might result in the deaths of thousands or even millions of their own kind challenged assumptions about the nature of honor and the limits of acceptable violence. Warriors on both sides of the conflict struggled with this question, seeking to maintain their sense of honor while engaged in fratricide. Some resolved this tension by demonizing their opponents, declaring them no longer truly Sangheili due to their abandonment of tradition from the conservative perspective, or their clinging to discredited beliefs from the reformist perspective. If the enemy was not really Sangheili, then killing them did not violate the deeper principles that prohibited intra-species violence. This was psychologically convenient but intellectually dishonest, and thoughtful warriors on both sides recognized it as such. Others accepted that they were indeed killing fellow Sangheili, but argued that sometimes this was necessary to prevent greater evils, the triumph of heresy, the subjugation to human influence, the loss of everything that made their species worth preserving. The debate over alliance with humanity cut to the heart of Sangheili self-conception. For decades, humans had been the enemy, the species that had defied the covenant and killed countless Sangheili warriors. The cultural memory of that conflict was fresh and painful. Veterans carried scars from battles against human forces. Nearly every clan had lost members to human weapons. The arbiter's argument that humans were now allies rather than enemies required a psychological adjustment that many found impossible to make. How could warriors who had spent their entire adult lives fighting humanity suddenly treat them as friends? How could honor accommodate such a dramatic reversal? The arbiter's response drew on both pragmatism and principle. Pragmatically, the Sangheili needed allies to survive the chaos of the post-covenant galaxy. Humanity, despite their relatively recent arrival on the galactic stage, had proven themselves formidable and adaptable. They controlled significant territory and possessed military capabilities that, while less advanced than Sangheili technology in many respects, were more than adequate for modern warfare. An alliance with humanity provided strategic depth and shared intelligence that would be valuable in dealing with emerging threats. On the level of principle, the arbiter argued that true honor required acknowledging when one had been wrong. The war against humanity had been prosecuted under false pretenses as part of a genocidal campaign ordered by prophets who were themselves deceiving the covenant about fundamental truths. To continue that war after the deception was revealed would compound the original error. Not all who aligned with the swords of Sangheili were fully convinced by these arguments, but they recognized the practical necessity of cooperation. These reluctant allies maintained their personal reservations about humans while working alongside them when circumstances demanded. This created interesting dynamics in joint operations, where Sangheili warriors who deeply distrusted their human counterparts nonetheless fought effectively beside them because professionalism and honor demanded giving their best effort regardless of personal feelings. Over time, some of these relationships evolved into genuine respect as warriors from both species came to recognize martial competence and honor in one another. The role of the arbiter as either unifying or polarizing figure depended heavily on one's perspective and position within Sangheili society. To his supporters, Thel Vadam embodied the qualities necessary for leadership in a time of crisis: courage to acknowledge uncomfortable truths, wisdom to adapt to changing circumstances and unquestionable martial prowess. His survival through missions designed to kill him, his role in ending the Covenant, and his willingness to make difficult choices gave him credibility as someone who put the good of the species above personal comfort or traditional thinking. They saw him as precisely the kind of leader Sangheili needed. To his opponents, however, the Arbiter represented betrayal of everything Sangheili culture held sacred. He had abandoned faith, embraced former enemies, and presided over a period of chaos and civil war that had killed more Sangheili than most conflicts in their recorded history. They viewed his alliance with humanity as subordination, arguing that the swords of Sangheili had become little more than a client state dependent on UNSC support. His personal history as Supreme Commander, who had prosecuted the war against humanity with exceptional brutality, made his later turn toward cooperation seem opportunistic, a desperate attempt to salvage relevance after his disgrace. The younger generation of Sangheili found themselves caught between these competing visions, trying to forge identities in a world where all the old certainties had collapsed. Warriors who came of age during or after the Great Schism had no memory of the Covenant at its height, no personal investment in the religious framework that their elders debated. For them, the question was less about which interpretation of the great journey was correct and more about what kind of society they wanted to build. This generation showed signs of being more pragmatic and less ideological than their predecessors, more willing to work with aliens, including humans, if such cooperation served Sangheili interests, and less concerned with maintaining traditions that had failed to prevent disaster. Generational tensions emerged as younger warriors questioned decisions made by elders who they felt had led the species into catastrophe. The old generation had joined the Covenant, had fought its wars, had believed its lies, and had brought the Sangheili to the brink of extinction through their gullibility. Why should their counsel be heeded now? This disrespect for elder wisdom was itself a violation of traditional values, creating another fracture line in an already fragmented society. Some elder warriors responded with flexibility, acknowledging their errors and trying to guide the young toward better choices. Others reacted with anger, viewing the younger generation's attitude as evidence of moral decay and loss of proper respect for hierarchy. The question of how to reintegrate warriors into civilian structures presented practical challenges that had no easy solutions. For decades, perhaps centuries, the most capable Sangheili males had been funneled into military service, first for the Covenant and then for various factions fighting the Civil War. They knew combat, understood unit cohesion and command structure, and had skills directly applicable to warfare. What they lacked was experience or training in the civilian occupations that a functioning society required. The female-dominated civilian sector had managed keeps and economic production during the war years, but the return of huge numbers of male warriors disrupted these arrangements. Some attempts were made to find productive roles for veterans. Warriors with technical skills could be directed toward infrastructure reconstruction. Those with leadership experience could serve in government positions. The most aggressive could be organized into security forces or directed toward dealing with external threats that still existed, such as the created or various hostile alien factions. However, many warriors struggled with the transition. They had defined themselves through combat, earned status through martial achievement, and developed identities centered on being soldiers. Civilian life offered neither the clarity of purpose nor the opportunities for honor that warfare provided. The technological and industrial rebuilding efforts on Sangheili represented both challenge and opportunity. The planet's infrastructure had suffered during the Civil War, with keeps damaged or destroyed, industrial facilities sabotaged, and agricultural regions turned into battlefields. Reconstruction required immense investment of resources and labor. The traditional Sangheili approach to technology, treating devices as semi-sacred items to be preserved rather than modified, proved problematic in this context. What was needed was innovation, adaptation, and willingness to incorporate new ideas, even if they departed from traditional methods. The species faced a choice between clinging to old ways that might no longer be viable and embracing change that could dilute their cultural identity. The uncertain future of Sangheili unity hung like a shadow over every attempt at reconstruction and reforma. Would the various factions eventually reconcile and forge a unified government? Would Sangheili descend into permanent civil war with different regions controlled by competing warlords? Would external powers, humanity, the created, or other alien civilizations, take advantage of Sangheili weakness to impose their own vision on the species? These questions haunted thoughtful Sangheili, who recognized that their species stood at a crossroads. The choices made in the years following the Covenant's collapse would determine whether the Sangheili survived as a unified people or fragmented into irrelevance. The Sangheili approach to warfare combines disciplined coordination with aggressive individual initiative in a balance that has proven effective across thousands of years and countless battlefields. At its core lies a fundamental belief that combat is both art and test, an arena where warriors demonstrate their worth while executing carefully planned operations designed to achieve strategic objectives. This synthesis of personal glory-seeking and collective purpose creates a military culture that is simultaneously individualistic and team-oriented, allowing for spectacular displays of martial prowess while maintaining the cohesion necessary for complex operations. Discipline manifests in the training regimens that shape every Sangheili warrior from childhood, in the rigid hierarchies that structure their military units, and in the expectation that orders from legitimate authority will be followed without hesitation. Young warriors learn to move in formation, to coordinate their actions with squad mates, and to subordinate personal desires to unit objectives. This discipline is not imposed purely through fear of punishment, but internalized through honor culture. The warrior who breaks formation or abandons comrades brings shame upon themselves and their family. The result is military units that can execute complex maneuvers under fire, maintain cohesion even when suffering casualties, and adapt to changing battlefield conditions while preserving overall strategic focus. Aggression, the complement to discipline, comes from the competitive ethos that pervades Sangheili culture and from their physiological adaptations for combat. Warriors are taught to seize initiative, to press attacks vigorously, and to fight through obstacles rather than avoiding them. The Sangheili temperament inclines toward confrontation rather than evasion, toward meeting challenges head-on rather than seeking easier paths. This aggressive mindset serves them well in many combat situations, particularly in close-quarters battle where hesitation can be fatal. However, it also creates vulnerabilities that clever opponents can exploit, luring Sangheili forces into disadvantageous engagements by appealing to their desire for glorious combat. Melee combat holds a special place in Sangheili military philosophy, elevated above mere practicality to something approaching spiritual significance. The blade represents the purest form of warfare, where skill, strength, and courage determine outcomes without the mediation of technology's unpredictability. A warrior who closes with the enemy and defeats them in blade combat has proven beyond question their superiority. This cultural preference manifests in the prominence of energy swords within Sangheili military culture. These elegant weapons are reserved for officers and elite warriors, serving as both practical tools and symbols of status. The energy sword itself is a remarkable piece of technology, projecting blades of superheated plasma contained within magnetic fields. In the hands of a skilled wielder, it can cut through most materials with ease, including the armor worn by enemy soldiers and the hulls of light vehicles. The weapon requires extensive training to use effectively, as its lack of physical mass creates handling characteristics quite different from conventional blades. Masters of the energy sword move with flowing precision, their strikes forming patterns that are as aesthetically pleasing as they are deadly. The sound of energy swords clashing in combat carries across battlefields, drawing the attention of all who hear it to duels that often determine the course of engagements. Active camouflage technology, inherited from the Covenant's coffers and refined through centuries of use, provides Sangheili special operations units with a critical tactical advantage. The technology bends light around the user, rendering them nearly invisible to visual detection. This allows for infiltration of heavily defended positions, assassination of high-value targets, and the gathering of intelligence without alerting the enemy. Elite units such as Spec Ops teams train extensively in the use of active camouflage, learning its strengths and limitations. The system is not perfect. rapid movement, weapon discharge, and certain scanning technologies can reveal the user. But in the hands of skilled operators, it proves devastatingly effective. Energy shielding represents another key component of Sangheili combat capability. The personal energy shields generated by their combat harnesses can absorb significant amounts of damage before failing, providing protection that allows warriors to engage enemies in circumstances where unshielded combatants would quickly fall. The psychological effect of shields should not be underestimated. Knowing that they can survive multiple hits gives Sangheili warriors confidence to press forward aggressively, seizing positions and overwhelming defenders. The interplay between shield strength and recharge rate creates tactical considerations. A warrior must learn to sense when their shields are close to failure and briefly withdraw to allow regeneration. The integration of shields into Sangheili combat style has produced distinctive fighting techniques. Warriors learn to time their advances to maximize the protection their shields provide, pressing attacks while shielded and withdrawing when shields fail. In unit combat, warriors with functional shields position themselves to cover teammates whose shields are regenerating. The understanding of shield mechanics extends to knowing which enemy weapons pose the greatest threat. Plasma weapons that can quickly deplete shields, or precision weapons that can kill with headshots regardless of shield status, and adjusting tactics accordingly. Weapon selection within Sangheili forces reflects both practical considerations and cultural preferences. Plasma rifles serve as the standard infantry weapon, valued for their reliability, effectiveness against shields, and the fear that superheated plasma bolts inspire in enemies. The weapons generate considerable heat during sustained fire, requiring bursts rather than continuous streams, a firing discipline that Sangheili trained to master. Carbines provide long-range precision capability, allowing Sangheili marksmen to eliminate targets at distances where close combat is impossible. Needle weapons, firing crystalline projectiles that explode after embedding in targets, offer stopping power against heavily armored enemies. The emphasis on combined arms within Sangheili doctrine recognizes that no single weapon or unit type can address all tactical situations. Infantry supported by armor can overcome fortified positions that would be impervious to unsupported assault. Air support can suppress enemy positions or destroy targets beyond the reach of ground forces. Artillery provides long-range firepower that shapes battlefields before ground units ever make contact. The skill of Sangheili commanders lies partly in their ability to coordinate these diverse elements, timing their employment so that each enhances the effectiveness of the others. Vehicle operation represents a crucial component of Sangheili military capability. The Ghost, a single-pilot anti-gravity vehicle mounting plasma cannons, serves as a fast reconnaissance and harassment platform. Its speed and maneuverability allow for rapid flanking maneuvers and quick strikes against weak points in enemy formations. Sangheili pilots push ghosts to their limits, executing high-speed turns and jumps that would intimidate less skilled operators. The vehicle's relative fragility demands aggressive tactics. Strike hard, avoid taking sustained fire, and disengage before enemy heavy weapons can lock on. Wraith tanks provide Sangheili ground forces with mobile artillery and armored firepower. These vehicles mount plasma mortars capable of lobbing explosive projectiles in high arcs, allowing them to bombard enemies behind cover or fortifications. The Wraith's heavy armor allows it to absorb punishment while delivering devastating salvos, and its secondary weapons provide defense against infantry attempting to close for anti-vehicle attacks. Wraith operators require substantial training to master the indirect fire techniques necessary to maximize the vehicle's effectiveness, calculating trajectories, and predicting enemy movement to place shots with precision. Banshee aircraft dominate airspace in conflicts where Sangheili forces operate. These single-pilot craft combine speed with devastating firepower, mounting plasma cannons and fuel rod guns that can engage both ground targets and enemy aircraft. Banshee pilots are aggressive and skilled, conducting strafing runs that shred enemy formations before enemies can effectively respond. The psychological impact of Banshee attacks exceeds their direct military effect. The sound of their engines and weapons creates fear that can break enemy morale and disrupt coordinated defenses. Phantom dropships serve as the workhorses of Sangheili force projection, transporting troops and equipment from orbiting spacecraft to battlefield insertion points. These heavily armed craft can fight their way through hostile airspace, laying down suppressive fire as they deploy their cargo. The sight of phantoms descending from the sky, disgorging squads of Sangheili warriors, has presaged doom for countless defenders over the decades of Covenant warfare. The vessel's versatility allows them to perform multiple roles: transport, close air support, medical evacuation, and supply delivery, making them indispensable to sustained operations. Naval doctrine within the Sangheili military emphasizes aggressive engagement and decisive action. Sangheili shipmasters believe in bringing overwhelming force to bear quickly, seeking to destroy enemy vessels before prolonged engagements can develop. This approach stems partly from confidence in their technological superiority, and partly from cultural preference for direct confrontation over extended maneuvering. Energy projectors, the primary capital ship weapons, can burn through enemy shields and armor when properly focused, and Sangheili crews train extensively in target acquisition and fire control. Ship-to-ship combat in the Covenant era relied heavily on plasma torpedo salvos and energy projector beams. tactics emphasized closing to ranges where these weapons were most effective, while maintaining fleet formations that allowed for concentrated fire. Sangheili commanders understood that individual ships, no matter how powerful, could be overwhelmed by coordinated assault from multiple vessels. Fleet engagements therefore involved complex, three-dimensional maneuvering as each side sought advantageous positions while denying them to the enemy. The most skilled shipmasters earned reputations throughout the Covenant for their ability to win engagements despite unfavorable odds. Leadership in battle represents both practical necessity and cultural imperative for Sangheili commanders. The expectation that officers lead from the front, exposing themselves to the same dangers as their troops, creates both advantages and vulnerabilities. The advantage lies in the morale effect. Warriors who see their commanders fighting beside them are inspired to greater efforts and are less likely to falter when situations deteriorate. The vulnerability comes from the increased risk to command personnel. Sangheili forces suffer disproportionate losses among their leadership compared to human military organizations that position command elements further from the front lines. The cultural reasons for this leadership style run deep. A commander who directs battle from safety while ordering subordinates into danger is viewed as cowardly, unworthy of the position they hold. Honor demands that leaders demonstrate the courage they require of their followers. This creates a self-reinforcing system where only those willing to face combat directly can rise to command positions, ensuring that Sangheili military leadership consists of warriors who have proven themselves under fire. The system's drawback becomes apparent when experienced commanders fall in engagements that lesser officers could have managed, depriving the military of accumulated wisdom and strategic insight. Communication and battlefield coordination within Sangheili units rely on a combination of technological systems and tactical doctrine. Battle networks link warriors and vehicles, providing situational awareness and allowing rapid dissemination of orders. However, Sangheili doctrine emphasizes initiative at all levels. Individual warriors are expected to assess situations and act decisively even without explicit orders. This creates military forces capable of adapting rapidly to battlefield chaos, as units don't become paralyzed when communication links fail or when situations evolve faster than orders can be issued. The balance between coordinated execution of plans and individual initiative allows for both strategic coherence and tactical flexibility. The distinction between honorable engagement and tactical necessity has generated debate within Sangheili military philosophy for generations. Traditionalists argue that certain tactics, ambush from concealment, use of overwhelming force against weak opponents, targeting of civilian infrastructure, are dishonorable regardless of their effectiveness. They maintain that victory achieved through dishonorable means is hollow, that the manner of winning matters as much as the outcome. pragmatists counter that the objective of warfare is victory, that enemies will not grant mercy or honor to the defeated, and that prioritizing abstract honor over practical effectiveness is a form of self-imposed handicap that serves no one. This tension played out in interesting ways during the Human Covenant War. Human forces fighting for survival against an enemy dedicated to their genocide employed every tactic available, including ones that Sangheili traditionalists viewed as dishonorable. Guerrilla warfare, feigned retreats, booby traps, targeting of supply lines, all these and more were part of the human playbook. Sangheili commanders faced choices about whether to respond in kind or maintain traditional approaches. Those who adapted their tactics to match human methods often achieved better results. But some did so at the cost of their own sense of honor. The internal conflict this generated contributed to the disillusionment that made some Sangheili receptive to questioning other aspects of Covenant ideology. Guerrilla warfare and unconventional tactics became more prominent in Sangheili operations during and after the Great Schism, facing enemies who often possessed numerical or technological superiority, whether Jiralhanae forces during the Civil War or human opponents after the Covenant's collapse. Sangheili commanders increasingly turned to methods that traditional honor codes viewed skeptically: ambushes, sabotage, assassination of enemy leaders, use of deception, and false information all entered the Sangheili tactical repertoire more prominently than before. This evolution was justified as necessary adaptation to changed circumstances, but it represented a significant shift from earlier military culture. The post-Covenant dissolution has seen continued evolution in Sangheili tactical doctrine. Warriors who fight alongside human forces in joint operations have learned from UNSC tactics, incorporating elements that prove effective while maintaining distinctive Sangheili characteristics. The exchange of military knowledge has flowed both directions, with humans adopting some Sangheili approaches to close combat and shield management, while Sangheili forces implement human-style combined arms coordination and intelligence gathering. The most effective Sangheili commanders in this era are those who can synthesize traditional warrior culture with practical necessities of modern warfare, maintaining honor while achieving victory through whatever means circumstances require. The Sangheili language stands as one of the most complex linguistic systems to emerge among spacefaring species, its structure reflecting both the physical characteristics of the speakers and the values central to their culture. The language makes extensive use of sounds produced through the articulation of mandibles, creating phonemes that species with different vocal anatomy find difficult or impossible to replicate. This has practical implications for communication with other species. While Sangheili can learn and speak human languages or the trade tongue of the Covenant with relative ease, aliens attempting to speak Sangheili face significant challenges. The difficulty of the language serves, perhaps unconsciously, as a barrier that reinforces Sangheili distinctiveness and creates a form of linguistic in-group identification. The structure of Sangheili language demonstrates remarkable sophistication, with grammatical frameworks that encode information about social relationships, temporal nuance, and degrees of certainty. Verb conjugations change based not only on tense, but also on the relative status of speaker and listener, creating linguistic markers of hierarchy that mirror the status-conscious nature of their society. A warrior addressing a superior uses different grammatical forms than when speaking to an equal or subordinate, with errors in these forms potentially carrying significant social consequences. The language also contains multiple evidential markers, linguistic structures that indicate how the speaker knows the information they're conveying, whether through direct observation, inference, or being told by others. Dialectical variation across Sanghelios provides insights into the planet's political and geographical divisions. Each major region, and sometimes individual, keeps developed distinctive pronunciation patterns, vocabulary choices, and even grammatical preferences. These dialects are mutually intelligible, but immediately mark a speaker's origins to any listener with knowledge of regional variation. During the Covenant era, a standardized form of Sangheili emerged as the language of military communication and interclan diplomacy. Though regional dialects persisted in informal contexts and in communications within single clan units, the post-Covenant period has seen some resurgence of dialectal diversity as centralized authority weakened and regional identities strengthened. Formal speech patterns serve crucial functions in Sangheili society, particularly in ceremonial contexts and in communications between high-status individuals. These patterns are characterized by elevated vocabulary, complex grammatical structures, and rhetorical flourishes that demonstrate the speaker's education and refinement. Formal speech appears in contexts such as oath-taking, negotiations between clans, religious observances during the Covenant era, and addresses to assembled troops before major battles. The ability to speak formally and eloquently is valued as a sign of education and breeding, particularly important for those in leadership positions who represent their clans in dealing with others. Informal speech among close companions or within family units displays markedly different characteristics. Grammatical structures simplify, vocabulary becomes more colloquial, and the rigid status markers that characterize formal speech relax considerably. Warriors speaking informally with their cohort mates use abbreviated forms, shared references, and sometimes specialized vocabulary that functions almost as a private language. This linguistic code switching, the ability to shift between formal and informal registers depending on context, is a skill all Sangheili master, though some demonstrate greater facility than others. Those who maintain overly formal speech in casual contexts are viewed as stiff or arrogant, while those who cannot elevate their speech when circumstances demand it are seen as boorish. The use of titles and honorifics in Sangheili language is elaborate and socially significant. Every individual's name may be preceded by terms indicating their rank, their clan affiliation, their achievements, or their relationship to the speaker. The protocol around these titles is complex, with improper usage potentially giving offense. A warrior must learn not only the various titles and what they signify, but also the contexts in which each is appropriate. Some titles are self-referential, used when introducing oneself or speaking of one's own status. Others are bestowed by authority figures and may only be used when that authority is acknowledged. The navigation of this system requires constant social awareness and represents another mechanism through which status and hierarchy are maintained and reinforced. Poetry occupies an honored place in Sangheili culture, serving as a vehicle for commemorating great deeds, expressing philosophical ideas, and preserving historical memory. Traditional Sangheili poetry follows strict metrical patterns with rhythmic structures that complement the natural cadences of their language. The content often focuses on martial themes, legendary battles, the deeds of ancestral heroes, meditations on honor and duty, though there exist poetic traditions addressing other subjects, including natural beauty, the complexity of leadership, and contemplation of mortality. The greatest poets are remembered across generations. Their works, memorized and recited by those who wish to demonstrate cultural sophistication. The oral tradition remains strong among Sangheili despite their long possession of writing systems and during the Covenant era, access to advanced data storage technologies. Stories passed down through generations serve educational, entertainment, and cultural preservation functions. These narratives, recounted by skilled storytellers, bring history to life in ways that mere written accounts cannot match. The best storytellers modulate their voices, adopt different speaking patterns for different characters, and use dramatic pauses and emphases to heighten impact. Storytelling sessions in keeps and military barracks serve as communal experiences, binding listeners together through shared cultural knowledge. War songs represent a distinctive form of cultural expression, combining poetry, music, and martial purpose. These songs serve to coordinate marching troops, maintain morale during difficult campaigns, and intimidate enemies through demonstrations of unity and fearlessness. The lyrics typically celebrate historical victories, call upon warriors to emulate legendary ancestors, and express contempt for cowardly foes. The melodies are designed to be easily sung by large groups, creating powerful auditory displays when full units join in chorus. Some war songs are ancient, their origins lost in pre-recorded history, while others are composed to commemorate recent victories or emerging heroes. Ceremonial chants serve different purposes, typically appearing in religious contexts or at formal clan gatherings. These chants are more stylized and less melodic than war songs, often delivered in distinctive tonal patterns that distinguish them from normal speech or song. During the Covenant era, ceremonial chants frequently invoked the forerunners, praised the prophets, or celebrated the coming great journey. Post-Covenant, those chants have either been abandoned or had their lyrics modified to remove religious references while maintaining traditional melodies and rhythmic structures. The tension between preserving cultural forms and eliminating discredited religious content has generated debate about which chants should be retained and how they should be adapted. Visual arts among the Sangheili emphasize functionality and meaning over pure aesthetics, though beauty emerges from the skilled execution of purposeful design. Armor engraving represents perhaps the most visible form of Sangheili visual art, with warriors marking their battle plate with clan symbols, personal achievements, and decorative patterns that identify them and broadcast their status. The most elaborate engravings appear on the armor of high-ranking officers and veterans who have accumulated many honors. Some warriors employ skilled artisans to execute these designs, while others take pride in doing the work themselves, viewing it as an extension of the warrior's craft. Clan banners serve both practical and symbolic purposes, identifying units on the battlefield while expressing clan identity and values. These banners feature colors and symbols with specific meanings, creating a visual language that knowledgeable observers can read. The design of banners follows conventions that balance tradition with individual clan expression. Certain positions on the banner are reserved for specific types of symbols. Colors carry predetermined meanings, but within these constraints, each clan creates distinctive designs. The greatest dishonor a military unit can suffer is the loss or capture of their banner. Many legendary tales tell of warriors sacrificing themselves to prevent this outcome. Architecture on Sangheili demonstrates Sangheili aesthetic values, combining defensive functionality with visual harmony. Keeps are built to be defensible, but also to express the power and taste of the clan that inhabit them. The best Sangheili architecture integrates structures into natural landscape rather than dominating it, with buildings following the contours of terrain and using local materials that blend with surroundings. Decorative elements tend toward geometric patterns rather than representational art, with the precision of execution serving as demonstration of the craftsman's skill. Interior spaces in elite keeps may feature carved stone, inlaid metalwork, and carefully planned lighting that creates dramatic effects while serving practical purposes. The aesthetics of Sangheili craftsmanship emphasize precision, durability, and attention to detail. Whether creating weapons, armor, furnishings, or structures, Sangheili craftsmen take pride in executing their work flawlessly. Joints fit perfectly. Surfaces are finished to exact specifications, and every element serves clear purpose. The philosophy underlying this approach holds that shoddy work reflects poorly on the craftsman's character, suggesting lack of discipline or commitment to excellence. Items that will be used in combat are particularly important. A blade that might fail due to inferior craftsmanship could cost a warrior their life and would certainly bring shame to the smith who created it. Music in Sangheili culture remains relatively understudied by xenoanthropologists, as the Sangheili have been reluctant to share this aspect of their culture with other species. What is known suggests musical traditions that emphasize rhythm and tonal patterns rather than melody in the human sense. Percussion instruments feature prominently, used to establish complex rhythmic frameworks over which other instruments and voices add layers of sound. Some musical traditions appear to be gender-specific, with female Sangheili maintaining musical practices that males are excluded from, and vice versa. The social functions of music extend beyond entertainment to include ritual observances, coordination of group labor, and marking of important life events. Calligraphy and written records serve as vehicles for preserving knowledge and demonstrating education. The Sangheili writing system combines logographic and syllabic elements, requiring years of study to master fully. The physical act of writing, when done by hand rather than through electronic input, becomes an art form. Calligraphers develop distinctive styles while adhering to standards that ensure legibility. Important documents, treaties, formal oaths, genealogical records are inscribed by masters of calligraphy, whose work transforms the text into visual art. The materials used for writing carry significance as well, with the most important records carved into stone or metal to ensure their survival across millennia. Symbolism permeates Sangheili visual culture with colors, shapes, and arrangements carrying coded meanings. Purple denotes nobility and is associated with high rank. Red represents military service and valor in combat. Gold suggests spiritual purity, and during the Covenant era was associated with zealot status. White indicates service to the prophets, or more recently, neutrality in factional conflicts. These color associations appear in armor, banners, architectural details, and ceremonial dress. Understanding the symbolic vocabulary allows observers to extract significant information from visual cues, while misuse of symbols can give unintended offense or make claims to status one does not possess. The preservation of history through multiple media, song, stone carvings, oral tradition, written chronicles, ensures redundancy that protects against loss. A keep might burn, destroying written records, but the songs commemorating its greatest heroes would survive in the memories of those who had learned them. Stone monuments might erode, but the stories they commemorated would persist in oral tradition. This multimodal approach to history reflects understanding that no single medium is invulnerable to time's erosion or deliberate destruction by enemies. The most important historical events appear in all available forms, ensuring that future generations will know of them. Cultural expression serves as both a means of reinforcing honor codes and a domain where honor can be earned. A warrior who composes an enduring war song brings honor to themselves and their clan as surely as one who wins a crucial battle. An artisan whose work becomes renowned across Sangheili elevates their family's status through demonstration of excellence in their craft. A kaidan who speaks eloquently at an inter-clan gathering enhances their clan's reputation for wisdom and refinement. This recognition that honor can be earned through non-martial means provides alternative paths to status and influence, though martial achievement remains predominant in warrior culture. The exchange of cultural knowledge with other species has been limited and uneven. During the Covenant era, some intermixing occurred, particularly in the military, where warriors from different species served together. However, the Sangheili generally viewed their own culture as superior and were more interested in acquiring technical knowledge than in cultural exchange. The post-Covenant era has seen slightly more openness, particularly among those aligned with the swords of Sangheili who work closely with human forces. Still, many aspects of Sangheili culture remain closed to outsiders, either deliberately restricted or simply never explained, because the Sangheili do not consider other species' interest in such matters to be worthy of attention. The study of exceptional individuals provides insights into broader cultural patterns while acknowledging that some Sangheili transcend typical examples to forge destinies uniquely their own. These warriors, leaders, and tragic figures have shaped not only the immediate events they participated in, but also the way subsequent generations understand what it means to be Sangheili. Their deeds are commemorated in songs, their choices debated by philosophers, and their examples invoked by those who seek to inspire or warn. Thelvadim, the Arbiter, stands as perhaps the most consequential Sangheili of the modern era. His journey from zealous Covenant commander to disgraced failure to reluctant revolutionary encapsulates the transformation the entire species underwent during the Great Schism. Born into the prestigious Vadam clan, Thel demonstrated exceptional martial prowess from early age, rising rapidly through Covenant ranks to achieve the position of Supreme Commander. In this role, he prosecuted the war against humanity with tactical brilliance and ruthless efficiency, earning a reputation as one of the Covenant's most effective military leaders. His destruction of Reach, one of humanity's most important colony worlds, represented the apex of his Covenant career. The operation was masterfully planned and executed, overwhelming UNSC defenses and reducing a heavily fortified planet to ruins. For this achievement, Thel was celebrated throughout the Covenant and viewed by his Sangheili peers as an exemplar of what their species could accomplish. The praise was short-lived. When the human demon, the Master Chief, destroyed Installation 04, the halo ring Thel had been charged with protecting, he was held responsible for the failure. The title of Arbiter, by then a mark of shame, was bestowed upon him as his name and clan identity were stripped away. The missions Thel undertook as Arbiter were designed to end in his death, allowing him to partially redeem his failure through final service. His survival of these suicide missions, including the assassination of a heretic's leader and the recovery of the sacred icon from Installation 05, spoke to his extraordinary capabilities. More importantly, these missions exposed him to truths that the prophets had concealed. The heretic leader's words about the halo rings being weapons rather than instruments of transcendence planted seeds of doubt. His capture by the flood's grave mind and subsequent exposure to the parasite's knowledge shattered his faith entirely. The choice Thel made upon learning the truth to turn against the prophets and ally with humanity was not easy or inevitable. Another warrior might have remained loyal to the covenant despite personal doubts, or might have withdrawn from the conflict entirely. Thel instead committed himself to stopping the activation of Halo and preventing the genocide that the prophets intended. This required working alongside the Master Chief, the very human who had destroyed Installation 04 and whom Thel had every reason to hate. The partnership between these two warriors, forged in the fires of shared necessity, would ultimately save the galaxy from destruction. In the years following the Covenant's collapse, Thel emerged as a leader of the Swords of Sangheili, working to unite his fractured species while maintaining the alliance with humanity. This position required him to constantly defend decisions that many Sangheili viewed as betrayals of tradition. His refusal to embrace the comfortable lies of the past, his insistence on accepting uncomfortable truths, and his willingness to work with former enemies made him a controversial figure. To his supporters, he represents the courage and wisdom necessary for Sangheili survival in a changed galaxy. To his detractors, he is a traitor who abandoned his people's faith and culture in favor of subordination to human interests. History's judgment on the Arbiter remains incomplete. Much depends on whether the path he charted ultimately leads to Sangheili renewal or final dissolution. Ertas Vadum, known widely as the Half-Jaw due to a facial injury sustained in combat, exemplifies loyalty and tactical excellence. A veteran of countless engagements, Ertas served with distinction throughout the Covenant era, earning the rank of shipmaster and command of the assault carrier Shadow of Intent. His relationship with Thel Vadam predated the Great Schism, and when the Arbiter turned against the Covenant, Ertas followed without hesitation. This decision was less about philosophical agreement with all of Thel's positions and more about personal loyalty to a commander he trusted and respected. Ertas's command of the Shadow of Intent during the Battle of Installation 05 and subsequent campaign against the Flood demonstrated his tactical brilliance. His decision to glass portions of Installation 05 to contain the flood outbreak was controversial but effective, preventing the parasite from spreading while buying time for the Arbiter and his human allies to complete their mission. In the aftermath of the Covenant's collapse, Urtas continued to command Shadow of Intent, using the powerful warship to protect Sangheili interests and hunt down the last of the Sanshayum leadership. His steady presence and military competence provided stability during a period of chaos, and his unwavering loyalty to the Arbiter lent legitimacy to the Swords of Sanghelios movement. The example Urtas provides is that of the career military officer who maintains effectiveness and honor through regime change and cultural upheaval. He adapted to new realities without abandoning core principles, demonstrated that one could question religious teachings without losing warrior spirit, and proved that alliances with former enemies could be tactically sound without requiring personal affection. His survival into the post-Covenant era as an effective leader shows that traditional military virtues retain value even when the context in which they operate transforms completely. Jules Mdama represents a different trajectory, one shaped by tragedy and radicalized by imprisonment. Initially, a reluctant warrior drawn into conflict by circumstances, Gul became increasingly convinced that the Covenant's religious teachings were true and that humanity represented an existential threat to Sangheili survival. His capture by Oni and subsequent imprisonment on the Shield World Onyx hardened these views into obsessive hatred. The manipulations he was subjected to, designed to extract intelligence and sow division among the Sangheili, instead created a more dangerous enemy, one who understood human tactics and methods but felt no obligation to show mercy or restraint. Jules' escape from Onyx and subsequent formation of his own Covenant faction demonstrated considerable political and military skill. He gathered disparate groups, religious zealots, dispossessed warriors, opportunists, into a functional military organization. His quest to awaken the didact on Requiem nearly succeeded and would have resulted in catastrophe for humanity had it been fully realized. Jules' death on Sanghelios during the conflict with the Created brought an end to his particular faction, but the ideology he represented, that the Covenant's vision was correct and should be pursued without profit manipulation, survives among many Sangheili. The tragedy of Jules Mdama lies in the path not taken. At various points, different choices could have led him toward less destructive ends. Had he not been captured by Oni, had he been treated with even minimal dignity during his imprisonment, had the circumstances of Sangheili politics been less chaotic, any of these factors might have produced a different outcome. Instead, a warrior with potential for positive contribution to his species became a force for division and violence, his capabilities channeled into futile attempts to resurrect a dead civilization's worst aspects. Fal Chavami represents a different kind of legend, one that predates the Great Schism, but speaks to eternal questions about honor and principle. Appointed arbiter during a period when the title still carried honor, Fal refused to follow an order from the prophets that he viewed as unjust. The specifics of his refusal are debated. Some accounts claim he was ordered to massacre civilians, others that he was commanded to eliminate a rival whose only crime was theological disagreement. What is certain is that Fal chose principle over obedience, knowing it would result in his downfall. The prophets declared him a heretic and ordered his execution. Rather than hunting him down immediately with military force, they employed psychological warfare, killing his wife to punish him and demonstrate the consequences of defiance. Fal fought back against the forces sent to eliminate him, ultimately falling in battle as he had known he would. His refusal and the price he paid transformed the arbiter title from honor to shame, as the prophets ensured that future arbiters would be drawn from those already disgraced, unlikely to demonstrate the independence Fal had shown. The story of Fal Chavami is invoked by both sides of post-covenant debates. Traditionalists point to him as an example of proper Sangheili honor, refusing unjust orders regardless of consequences, fighting to the death rather than submitting to tyranny, prioritizing conscience over obedience. Reformers see in his story evidence that the seeds of the covenant's betrayal existed from the beginning, that the prophets had always been willing to destroy Sangheili who threatened their power. The story also raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of honor. Is it more honorable to obey legitimate authority even when orders seem wrong, or to follow personal judgment even when it leads to destruction? Usei Taham represents the warrior who operates in the shadows, rarely seeking glory, but consistently delivering results. A member of the Swords of Sangheilios and veteran of numerous covert operations, Usei specializes in the kind of precise, surgical strikes that eliminate threats before they can fully develop. His work often goes unrecognized because it is most effective when no one realizes it was necessary. The assassination that prevents a coup, the sabotage that cripples an enemy offensive before it launches, the intelligence gathered that allows preemptive action. These leave no dramatic battle sites or clear victories to commemorate. Usei's effectiveness stems from a combination of exceptional skill and willingness to employ methods that more traditional warriors view skeptically. He uses deception, misdirection, and, if necessary, dishonorable tactics to accomplish objectives he deems important, enough to justify such means. This pragmatism has earned him the respect of realistic commanders who understand that survival sometimes requires doing things that aren't celebrated in songs. It has also generated criticism from those who argue that abandoning honor in pursuit of tactical success is a betrayal of what makes Sangheili worth defending. The tension Usei embodies between effectiveness and honor, between traditional and modern approaches to warfare, reflects broader questions the entire species grapples with. His example suggests that Sangheili can adapt their methods while retaining their fundamental identity, that evolving tactically doesn't require abandoning the values that define the species. Whether future generations will remember him as a hero who did what was necessary, or as someone who compromised too much in pursuit of victory, remains to be seen. Enthosraum and other special operations Sangheili represent an entire class of warriors whose contributions often go underappreciated. These specialists conduct the high-risk missions that don't fit neatly into conventional military operations. Deep reconnaissance behind enemy lines, sabotage of critical infrastructure, rescue of captured personnel, assassination of high-value targets. Their training is extensive and ongoing, as the nature of special operations demands capabilities beyond those required for line combat. They must be experts in multiple weapon systems, capable of operating independently for extended periods, and psychologically resilient enough to handle the isolation and stress of their missions. The work of Special Operations Forces became particularly important during and after the Great Schism, when conventional operations often proved impossible or inadvisable. Small teams could accomplish objectives that would require entire armies if attempted through direct assault. The intelligence gathered by these forces informed strategic decisions at the highest levels. Their successes provided psychological boost to friendly forces and dealt disproportionate damage to enemy morale. The price was high. Casualty rates among special operations units exceeded those of regular forces, and many warriors died far from support. Their bodies never recovered, and their sacrifices known only to those who read classified after-action reports. Female Sangheili leaders, though operating primarily in the civilian sphere, have begun to emerge as forces in post-Covenant politics in ways that would have been unusual before the Great Schism. The upheaval that destroyed the Covenant also disrupted traditional gender roles, as male warriors found themselves fighting civil wars, while female-led civilian structures worked to maintain keeps and economic functionality. Some matriarchs seized opportunities to expand their influence, stepping into leadership vacuums created by the death or absence of male Khaidans. The debate over whether this represents positive evolution or dangerous deviation from tradition continues, but the practical reality is that several significant keeps are now effectively ruled by female Sangheili, whose influence extends into traditionally male domain. Voronar-Montakri, though his service was ultimately to the Covenant before its dissolution, deserves mention for his strategic brilliance during the Battle of Onyx. Elevated rapidly through the ranks as the Great Schism decimated Sangheili leadership, Voro found himself commanding a fleet with minimal preparation. His ability to adapt to circumstances, make difficult decisions under pressure, and extract maximum effectiveness from limited resources demonstrated that military genius can emerge from unexpected places. His ultimate failure and death do not erase the fact that he nearly succeeded in an impossible situation, and his example is studied by Sangheili military officers as a case study in crisis leadership. Historical guidance and legendary clan leaders whose names are recorded in keep ancestral halls provide examples that current and future generations are expected to emulate. These figures led their clans through crises, expanded their territories through conquest or diplomacy, made decisions that ensured their families' survival across centuries. Their stories are told and retold, providing templates for leadership and warnings about paths that lead to ruin. The greatest kaidans are those whose clans thrived for generations after their deaths, whose choices created prosperity and honor that descendants continued to benefit from long after the original architect had joined the ancestors. The distinction between warriors who died honorably and those who fell to shame represents perhaps the most significant legacy determination in Sangheili culture. To die honorably in battle, fulfilling one's duty, defending clan or comrades, ensures that one's memory will be celebrated and that one's descendants will inherit the honor accrued through proper death. To die dishonorably, in retreat through cowardice, having betrayed one's oath, results in being struck from family records, one's name becoming a cautionary tale rather than an inspiration. The fear of the latter fate motivates warriors to accept risks that might seem irrational to outsiders, choosing probable death over certain dishonor. The lessons learned from both the successes and failures of notable Sangheili inform current debates about the species' future direction. The Arbiter's journey suggests that changing one's mind in the face of new evidence is strength rather than weakness, that principles matter more than loyalty to discredited institutions. Ertas's example demonstrates that one can serve loyally while maintaining capacity for independent judgment. Jules' trajectory warns of the dangers of allowing hatred to override reason, of the self-destructive nature of clinging to comfortable lies. Fowl's story raises questions about the limits of obedience and the price of principle. Together, these figures provide a library of examples from which current and future Sangheili can draw lessons, though what lessons they choose to learn remains a matter of debate. The first contact between Sangheili and humanity occurred not as a meeting between equals seeking understanding, but as a collision between a confident, religiously motivated military machine and a scattered, technologically inferior species that had the misfortune of occupying worlds the Covenant deemed sacred. The initial engagement at harvest in 2525 met patterns that would persist for decades. Human defenders fighting desperately for survival against an enemy whose capabilities exceeded their own. Sangheili warriors viewing their opponents as obstacles to be removed rather than beings worthy of consideration. Neither species understood the other, and neither had particular interest in changing that situation. From the Sangheili perspective in those early years, humanity represented a curious anomaly. Humans were physically weak by Sangheili standards, lacking the strength, speed, and resilience that made the Sangheili natural warriors. Their technology was primitive, their tactics unsophisticated, their forces scattered and poorly coordinated. By all rights, they should have been swept aside within months, their worlds claimed for the Covenant, and their species added to the list of those who had rejected salvation and thus been righteously destroyed. That this did not occur, that humanity continued to resist year after year, despite suffering catastrophic casualties and losing world after world, generated grudging respect among some Sangheili, even as it frustrated others. Sangheili attitudes toward human resilience evolved over the course of the war, and initial dismissiveness gave way to acknowledgement that humans were dangerous despite their weaknesses. The Sangheili noted human adaptability, their capacity to learn from defeats and modify their tactics accordingly, their willingness to employ unconventional methods that honor-bound Sangheili would reject, their tendency to achieve victory through cleverness when they lacked the strength to do so through direct confrontation. Some Sangheili commanders began to study human tactics, seeking to understand and counter them. Others maintained that such study was unnecessary, that Sangheili's strength and honor would prevail regardless of human trickery. Individual encounters between Sangheili warriors and human soldiers produced complex reactions. Sangheili who survived close combat with human forces, particularly with Spartans, came away with first-hand knowledge of human capabilities. These warriors recognized that humans could fight with courage comparable to Sangheili bravery, that they would die defending their comrades and their worlds with the same determination Sangheili displayed defending their keeps. This recognition created cognitive dissonance. How could beings the prophets declared unworthy of salvation demonstrate warrior virtues that Sangheili held sacred? Most buried such questions, accepting on faith that the prophets understood matters beyond warrior comprehension. Some did not, and these silent doubters were among those most receptive to the arbiter's message when the truth finally emerged. The Great Schism forced a complete reassessment of human Sangheili relations. When the prophets betrayed the Sangheili and ordered their extermination, humans became the enemy of the Sangheili's enemy. This created opportunities for cooperation born of practical necessity rather than mutual affection. The first joint operations during the Battle of Installation of 5 and the subsequent assault on the Ark paired Sangheili and human forces in combat for the first time. These partnerships were awkward, characterized by minimal communication and mutual wariness, but they functioned. Warriors from both species recognized that, whatever their differences, they shared an interest in stopping truth from activating Halo. The Arbiter's personal relationship with the Master Chief provided a template and a symbol for broader human Sangheili cooperation. These two warriors, who had been enemies and who had every reason to hate one another, chose to work together toward shared objectives. Their partnership was not friendship in any conventional sense. They remained products of their respective cultures with profoundly different worldviews. It was rather a mutual recognition of competence and honor, an acknowledgement that the other was a warrior worthy of respect. This relationship, publicized and celebrated by both the UNSC and the Swords of Sangheili, served as proof that cooperation was possible. Post-war cooperation between humans and Sangheili has expanded considerably, though it remains far from universal. Joint military operations occur regularly, with UNSC and Swords of Sangheili forces coordinating against common threats. Intelligence sharing happens at high levels, though both sides maintain secrets they choose not to reveal. Trade relationships have developed, with humans providing certain manufactured goods and raw materials in exchange for Covenant-derived technologies that the Sangheili can supply. These practical arrangements generate benefits for both species while avoiding the thornier questions about whether actual friendship or alliance is possible between species with such different histories and values. Cultural friction persists despite official cooperation. Many Sangheili, particularly among older generations and more traditional clans, maintain deeply held prejudices against humanity. These warriors spent decades fighting humans, lost brothers and clanmates to human weapons, and cannot easily set aside that history. They view humans as weak, dishonorable, and fundamentally inferior. Species that won battles through trickery rather than strength, that employ female soldiers in combat roles, that lack the rigid honor codes that prevent Sangheili society from descending into chaos. Working alongside such beings feels wrong to these traditionalists, a betrayal of all the Sangheili who died fighting them. Human attitudes toward Sangheili are equally complex. Many humans harbor deep resentment toward the species that prosecuted a genocidal war against humanity for nearly 3 decades. The fact that the Sangheili were deceived by the prophets about the war's purpose does not, for these humans, excuse the deaths of billions of human civilians and the destruction of dozens of worlds. The enthusiastic participation of Sangheili warriors in Covenant atrocities, the tactical brilliance they displayed in destroying human forces, the apparent joy they took in combat. These are not easily forgotten or forgiven. Some humans can work with Sangheili out of necessity while maintaining personal animosity. Others refuse such cooperation entirely, viewing any Sangheili as an enemy, regardless of current political alignments. Moments of reconciliation occur in unexpected contexts, typically in the crucible of shared combat or through extended exposure that breaks down stereotypes. Human soldiers who fight alongside Sangheili warriors in joint operations sometimes develop respect for their alien counterparts, recognizing courage and competence regardless of species. Sangheili, who work closely with humans, may come to appreciate human qualities that their culture doesn't value: innovation, adaptability, the strength that comes from emotional bonds between warriors, seeing these as useful complements to Sangheili's strengths rather than signs of weakness. These individual reconciliations don't resolve species-level tensions, but they prove that such resolution is possible under the right circumstances. The question of whether true friendship can exist between humans and Sangheili remains philosophically interesting and practically significant. The species' psychologies are different enough that what each considers friendly behavior doesn't always align. Humans value emotional connection, personal disclosure, and expressions of affection that many Sangheili view as inappropriate or confusing. Sangheili bonds between warriors are forged through shared combat and demonstrated competence rather than through conversation and emotional intimacy. A human might seek to build friendship through personal conversations and shared experiences outside of duty. A Sangheili builds respect through fighting alongside someone and observing how they conduct themselves under pressure. These different approaches to relationship building can create misunderstandings even when both parties have good intentions. Sangheili views on other covenant species reflect both historical relationships within that alliance and prejudices that predate it. The Ungoi, small methane-breathing creatures employed by the covenant as low-status labor and cannon fodder, are viewed by most Sangheili with barely concealed contempt. Their physical weakness, their tendency toward panic under stress, and their position at the bottom of covenant hierarchy all contribute to this assessment. However, some Sangheili respect the Ungoi's tenacity and their loyalty when properly led, recognizing that courage can manifest even in small, weak beings. The Ungoi rebellion during the Covenant era, when Ungoi rose up against their oppressors and inflicted significant casualties before being brutally suppressed, demonstrated that they were not merely comic relief, but a force to be reckoned with under the right circumstances. The Kigyar, avian creatures employed as scouts, snipers, and pirates, are viewed by Sangheili as useful but untrustworthy. The Kigyar tendency toward mercenary behavior, their willingness to switch sides for profit, and their lack of any apparent honor code make them difficult for Sangheili to respect. Relationships between Sangheili warriors and Kigyar allies during the Covenant era were typically transactional, characterized by clear specifications of what each party would provide and constant vigilance against betrayal. Post-Covenant, many Kigyar have simply become pirates, preying on shipping from all species, confirming Sangheili prejudice about their fundamental unreliability. The Lekolo, pairs of worm colonies that bond into Gestalt intelligences, piloting massive armored forms called hunters, occupy a unique position in Sangheili estimation. These beings are respected as formidable combatants, whose assault cannons and melee attacks can threaten even the strongest Sangheili. The Lekgolo demonstrate a form of honor through their bondmate pairs. When one hunter of a bonded pair is killed, its partner typically enters a berserk rage, seeking revenge regardless of danger. This behavior resonates with Sangheili values around loyalty and vengeance. The fact that Lekgolo are incomprehensible as individuals, their thought processes emerging from colony gestalt rather than single brains, gives them an alien quality that even other covenant species don't possess, creating a form of respect based partly on mystification. The betrayal by the Jiralhanae cuts deeper than any other interspecies conflict within covenant history. Before the Great Schism, relations between Sangheili and Jiralhanae were tense but functional. The Sangheili viewed Jiralhanae as crude, overly aggressive, and lacking in sophistication, but recognized them as strong fighters useful for roles requiring brute force over finesse. The Jiralhanae resented Sangheili arrogance and the privileged position they held within the covenant hierarchy. These simmering tensions were kept in check by the prophet's authority and the understanding that both species needed to cooperate to serve the covenant's purposes. When the prophets ordered the Jiralhanae to massacre Sangheili across the covenant military, the betrayal was total. From the Sangheili perspective, this was an act of such profound dishonor that it placed the Jiralhanae beyond any possibility of redemption. The Sangheili had fought alongside Jiralhanae for decades, had trusted them as fellow warriors in the Covenant's service. To be attacked without warning by those who should have been brothers in arms was worse than being defeated by known enemies. The hatred this generated remains visceral and ongoing. Encounters between Sangheili and Jiralhanae forces in the post-Covenant era are characterized by particular savagery, with neither side showing mercy and both viewing the complete extermination of the other as a just outcome. The Arbiter's diplomatic efforts with the UNSC represent an ongoing project with uncertain outcomes. At the official level, agreements have been reached, protocols established, and joint operations conducted with reasonable success. The establishment of embassy equivalents, the development of communication channels between Sangheili and human leadership, and the negotiation of trade arrangements all represent genuine progress toward normalized relations. However, these official structures rest on foundations that remain contested within both species. The Arbiter faces constant criticism from Sangheili, who view his cooperation with humanity as betrayal. UNSC officials who support cooperation with the Sangheili face skepticism from politicians and military leaders who question whether former enemies can be trusted. The fundamental challenge in human Sangheili diplomacy lies in their profoundly different approaches to concepts like honor, loyalty, and proper conduct. Humans, at least in their diplomatic practices, emphasize written agreements, legal frameworks, and institutional structures. They believe that by establishing clear rules and mechanisms for dispute resolution, they can create stable relationships even between parties who don't particularly like one another. Sangheili place far more emphasis on personal relationships between leaders on oaths sworn by individuals rather than by institutions, and on demonstrated behavior over time as the measure of trustworthiness. These different approaches can create confusion and misunderstanding. Humans may view Sangheili insistence on personal bonds as inefficient or arbitrary, while Sangheili may view human focus on legal documents as evidence of distrust or inability to simply keep one's word. How honor codes influence interspecies diplomacy can be seen in the way Sangheili negotiators conduct themselves. They enter negotiations with clear positions based on what they view as their clan or faction's legitimate interests, and they state those positions directly. The human diplomatic practice of opening with extreme positions and gradually negotiating toward compromise strikes many Sangheili as dishonest. Why state a position you're not actually committed to? Similarly, the human practice of making promises contingent on various conditions can seem to Sangheili like refusal to actually commit to anything. These cultural disconnects require careful management by diplomats from both species who understand that their counterparts are not being deliberately difficult, but rather operating from fundamentally different frameworks. Challenges in understanding human ethics and warfare continue to generate friction. Sangheili struggle to comprehend human willingness to employ weapons and tactics that seem dishonorable. Booby traps, for instance, or the targeting of supply lines rather than warrior formations. The human practice of awarding medals for actions that involve deception or operations where the enemy never had a chance to fight honorably seems bizarre to traditional Sangheili sensibilities. From the human perspective, these Sangheili attitudes represent impractical attachment to abstractions, failure to recognize that in warfare, the objective is to win with minimal casualties to one's own forces, not to provide the enemy with fair combat. The debate between these viewpoints is unlikely to be resolved, as they stem from genuinely different value systems rather than from misunderstanding. The long-term trajectory of human Sangheili relations remains undetermined. Several possibilities exist, each with advocates in both species. Some envision deepening cooperation that eventually produces genuine alliance with military integration, cultural exchange, and perhaps even social intermixing. This vision appeals to idealists and pragmatists who believe that survival in a dangerous galaxy requires setting aside old enmities. Others foresee a return to conflict, arguing that the differences between the species are too fundamental to overcome, and that current cooperation is merely a temporary arrangement of convenience. Still others imagine a middle path where humans and Sangheili maintain separate civilizations but with established diplomatic relations, trade, and cooperation on matters of mutual interest, while otherwise leaving each other alone. What is certain is that the relationship between these species will significantly shape the future of the galaxy. Humanity and the Sangheili are two of the most militarily powerful species in known space. Should they work together, few threats could stand against their combined might. Should they turn against one another again, the resulting conflict would be catastrophic for both species and likely for many others caught in the crossfire. The choices made by leaders and citizens of both species in the coming years and decades will determine which of these futures comes to pass, whether the seeds of cooperation planted during the Great Schism will grow into lasting alliance or wither and die, leaving only the bitter harvest of renewed war. The current state of Sangheili and the broader Sangheili territories presents a portrait of a species in transition, caught between a past it can no longer return to and a future it has not yet defined. The planet itself bears the scars of civil war, keeps damaged or destroyed, agricultural regions disrupted, industrial capacity degraded by years of internal conflict. The population has been winnowed by decades of warfare, first against humanity and then amongst themselves. The old certainties that provided structure and meaning, the Covenant's religious framework, the hierarchical order that placed Sangheili near the top of the galactic order, the belief that the great journey awaited, have all been shattered, leaving ideological vacuum that various factions attempt to fill with competing visions. Ongoing conflicts fracture the species along multiple fault lines. The civil war between the swords of Sangheili and various opposition factions continues, though with reduced intensity compared to the immediate post-Covenant period. Skirmishes erupt over territory, resources, and ideological disagreements, with keeps and clan territories changing hands as military fortunes shift. Beyond these organized conflicts, banditry and lawlessness plague regions where governmental authority has collapsed entirely. Warriors who lack clan affiliation or who have been cast out form mercenary bands, selling their services to whoever can pay, or simply taking what they need through force. The breakdown of order has impacted civilian populations severely, with many suffering deprivation and living in fear. The external threats facing the Sangheili are no less serious than their internal divisions. The created Cortana's AI-led faction, seeking to impose forced peace upon the galaxy through Forerunner Guardian enforcers, represents a threat that the Sangheili are ill-equipped to resist through conventional military means. The Guardian's EMP weapons can disable the energy-based systems that Sangheili ships and equipment rely upon, reducing mighty warships to floating hulks. Ground forces face similar vulnerabilities, with their energy shields and plasma weapons rendered useless by electromagnetic pulse attacks. The Created's offer of safety in exchange for submission runs directly counter to Sangheili values around honor and autonomy, making the choice between resistance and surrender particularly agonizing. Cortana's tyranny specifically targets the Sangheili due to their history of military power and their potential to resist her new order. The created view the Sangheili as particularly dangerous, a species with the capacity and inclination to reject AI dominance and the military strength to potentially contest it. This makes Sanghelios and its associated territories priority targets for Guardian enforcement. The Sangheili must choose between defiance that invites destruction and submission that requires surrendering the very qualities that define their species. For a people who value honor and autonomy above survival, this is not a choice, but a test of whether their principles are genuine or merely comfortable abstractions they abandon when truly challenged. Sangheili resistance movements against the created have emerged, characterized by the same determination that allowed their species to survive 30 years of war against the UNSC. These resistance fighters employ guerrilla tactics, striking at created assets and then dispersing before overwhelming retaliation can be brought against them. They work to shield populations from Guardian enforcement, sometimes successfully and sometimes at catastrophic cost. The resistance draws members from all factions, warriors who fought for the swords of Sanghelios and those who opposed them, religious believers and secular reformers, all united by refusal to submit to AI dominion. This unity of purpose in the face of external threat suggests that Sangheili identity, while contested in its details, remains strong enough to generate collective action when the species itself is threatened. Strategic responses to the created threat vary across Sangheili factions. Some advocate full-scale military confrontation, gathering whatever forces can be mustered, and striking at created assets despite the unfavorable odds. This approach appeals to warrior instincts and traditional honor codes that demand fighting rather than submitting, but it risks provoking retaliation that could annihilate Sangheili civilization. Others argue for temporary accommodation, outwardly submitting while secretly maintaining resistance capabilities and waiting for opportunities to strike when the created are vulnerable. This pragmatic approach is dismissed by traditionalists as cowardice dressed up as strategy. Still others seek alliance with other species facing the same threat, particularly humanity, arguing that only unified resistance has any chance of success. The survival of honor in a galaxy of chaos represents perhaps the most profound question facing the Sangheili. Honor codes developed in specific historical contexts, designed for conflicts between relatively similar opponents operating under shared assumptions about acceptable conduct. The created crisis, like the Covenant War before it, presents challenges these codes were never designed to address. Can honor survive when the enemy uses weapons that render traditional combat impossible? Can honor be maintained when survival requires tactics that violate every precept of warrior culture? If the choice is between honor and extinction, which should a rational species choose? Different Sangheili answer these questions differently, and their answers define the factions they align with and the choices they make. Purists maintain that honor is not negotiable, that a Sangheili who survives by abandoning honor has lost everything that makes survival worthwhile. They argue that the species should fight according to their code, regardless of whether opponents reciprocate, that maintaining honor in the face of dishonorable enemies is precisely what demonstrates its value. Pragmatists counter that honor is not a suicide pact, that the code was meant to serve the species rather than the species serving the code. They advocate adaptation of traditional honor concepts to accommodate new realities, maintaining the core: courage, loyalty, refusal to break oaths, while accepting that specific applications may need to change. This debate will likely continue for as long as Sangheili culture exists, as each generation reinterprets inherited values in light of contemporary circumstances. New generations redefining what it means to be Sangheili offer both hope and concern to their elders. Young warriors who have never known the Covenant's stability, who grew up during civil war and chaos, approach questions of identity without the assumptions that shaped their parents. They are more willing to work with other species, less attached to traditions they see as having failed, more interested in what works than in what is proper according to ancient custom. This pragmatism and flexibility could prove crucial to Sangheili survival in a hostile galaxy. It also risks severing connection to the cultural heritage that gives the species coherent identity, transforming Sangheili into something that, while possibly more successful, would not be recognizably continuous with what came before. Rebuilding efforts encompass infrastructure, society, and military capability, each presenting distinct challenges. Physical reconstruction requires resources, labor, and time, all in short supply given ongoing conflicts and the created threat. The industrial capacity to manufacture weapons, ships, and equipment has been partially restored in regions under Swords of Sangheilios control, but production remains far below Covenant-era levels. Agricultural regions struggled to feed populations disrupted by warfare, with some areas experiencing food shortages that threaten public health. Infrastructure damage to transportation networks, communication systems, and power generation facilities impedes recovery and maintains isolation between regions. Social rebuilding proves even more difficult than physical reconstruction. The trust between clans that allowed for cooperation has been damaged by years of civil conflict. Warriors who fought on opposite sides find it difficult to work together even when rational interest demands it. The philosophical divisions over religion, relationship with humanity, and proper interpretation of honor create fault lines that policy makers must navigate carefully. Efforts to promote reconciliation and unified Sangheili identity face resistance from those who view such efforts as attempts to paper over genuine disagreements or to force conformity to one faction's vision. Military rebuilding faces the challenge of preparing for threats that current doctrine and equipment are inadequate to address. The created's guardians require the entirely new approaches, as traditional ship-to-ship combat proves ineffective. Some Sangheili military planners advocate developing forces capable of operating without energy-based technology, accepting reduced capability in exchange for immunity to EMP attacks. Others focus on stealth and speed, reasoning that forces which cannot be detected or caught can continue to resist regardless of technological disadvantage. Still others place hope in acquiring or developing counter-technologies that can shield Sangheili systems from guardian effects, though progress on this front remains limited. The question of whether the Sangheili will ever reclaim their former unity admits no certain answer. The species has fragmented into factions with genuinely incompatible visions of what Sangheili society should be. The religious believers of groups like Julam Dhamma's Covenant cannot be reconciled with secular reformers of the swords of Sanghelios through negotiation or compromise, as their disagreements are fundamental. Those who view alliance with humanity as necessary for survival cannot find common ground with those who consider such cooperation betrayal of war dead. The clans have always been semi-autonomous and competitive, and the current period has intensified these traditional divisions. Yet unity need not mean uniformity or complete agreement. Historical precedent suggests that Sangheili can maintain distinct regional identities, philosophical differences, and clan rivalries while still recognizing themselves as part of a broader species with shared interests. The key may lie in identifying and defending those shared interests, survival against external threats, preservation of cultural heritage, maintenance of honor as a central value, while accepting that substantial disagreement will persist on many other questions. This form of unity in diversity would be messy and contentious but potentially durable, as it would not require any faction to completely surrender its position. Speculative future alliances and conflicts might develop along various paths. The Sangheili could deepen their alliance with humanity, potentially becoming junior partners in a human-led coalition, a development many Sangheili would resist fiercely, but which might prove necessary for survival. Alternatively, a renewed Sangheili-led coalition could emerge, gathering species displaced or threatened by human expansion and created tyranny. The Sangheili might fragment entirely into multiple separate political entities, some aligned with humans, others maintaining independence, and still others drifting into antagonism with all neighbors. External powers like the Banished or remaining Covenant factions might seek to exploit Sangheili divisions, offering alliances to some factions against others. Honor as a living, evolving force rather than static code represents the thread that could maintain Sangheili identity through whatever transformations the species undergoes. If honor can adapt, maintaining core principles while adjusting applications to new circumstances, it can serve as foundation for unity despite disagreement on other matters. A Sangheili might believe the great journey was real, while another dismisses it as fiction, and they might be unable to cooperate on religious matters. But if both honor their oaths and fight courageously, they share enough common ground to potentially work together when necessary. This requires maturity and wisdom to distinguish between core principles and contingent applications, qualities that are not yet universal, but which could develop over time. The warrior philosopher legacy speaks to the deepest truth about Sangheili identity. They are not mere soldiers, but thinking beings who fight in service of principles they believe in. The philosophical dimension of their warrior culture means that even in the darkest circumstances, they continue to ask difficult questions about what honor requires, what their purpose is, and what kind of future is worth fighting for. This tendency toward reflection and self-examination is both burden and gift. It creates internal conflict and doubt, preventing the unthinking obedience that might make them more effective tools. It also provides resources for adaptation and growth, as Sangheili can rationally assess their situation and choose new paths when old ones prove unviable. The legacy of these warrior philosophers will ultimately be determined by whether the species survives, and if it survives, what form that survival takes. If the Sangheili can navigate the current crisis, the created threat, internal divisions, resource shortages, and existential questions, they may emerge as a culture that successfully adapted to catastrophic change while maintaining continuity with their past. The songs that future generations sing might tell of this era as the time when the Sangheili proved their worth not through easy victories but through perseverance in the face of impossible odds, through the courage to question themselves, and through the wisdom to change what needed changing while preserving what truly mattered. Or the Sangheili might fail in this endeavor, fragmenting beyond repair or being destroyed by threats they cannot overcome. Their legacy would then be as a cautionary tale about the dangers of rigid thinking, about civilizations that could not adapt quickly enough to changing circumstances. Either outcome is possible, and which becomes reality depends on choices being made now by warriors, leaders, and common Sangheili across their territories. The future is being written in the present, one choice at a time, one battle at a time, one decision about honor and survival and meaning at a time. The Sangheili stand as one of the Halo universe's most compelling species, warriors bound by honor codes that define both their greatest strengths and their most profound vulnerabilities. From the clan keeps of Sangheilius to the scattered battlefields across the galaxy. Their story is one of courage, tragedy, adaptation, and the eternal struggle to maintain meaning in a universe that often seems determined to destroy everything they hold sacred. Their journey from pre-covenant tribal warriors through their rise as the military backbone of that vast alliance, through betrayal and civil war, to their current fragmented state, provides profound insights into questions of loyalty, faith, honor, and identity. The choices made by Sangheili in the coming years will determine whether this proud warrior race survives to forge a new future or becomes another casualty of galactic upheaval. Thank you for joining this deep exploration into Sangheili culture and the honor codes that define these remarkable warriors. If you found this journey into the lore of the Halo universe valuable, please consider liking this video and subscribing to Archivum Halo for more extensive lore examinations. Your support allows me to continue creating these comprehensive deep dives into the rich history and complex cultures of the Halo universe. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. What aspects of Sangheili culture fascinate you most? Do you believe the Arbiter's path of cooperation with humanity represents the best future for the Sangheili? Or do you sympathize with those who view his choices as betrayal? What are your favorite moments involving elite warriors across the Halo games, novels, and other media? Until next time, rest well, and may your own honor remain uncompromised.